Chapter 924. Trample, Fifth Transformation Spirit. As soon as Xiaoyan Qinglin said that, the funnel-shaped snowstorm in the sky started to boil. Then, everyone noticed that there was a huge shadow looming in the snowstorm. Bang! The huge shadow roared and blasted towards the domed dome. Terrifying explosions resounded in the area. Crack! Then, the domed dome collapsed under the attack of the huge shadow. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Xiaoyan Qinglin's 9-transformation ice god technique was not simple. It could unleash such terrifying power. Die. This is what you get for disobeying me, Xiaoyan Qinglin. So die. Xiaoyan Qinglin's face was pale, but his eyes were full of arrogance. This was the first time he had used the 5th transformation of the 9-transformation ice god technique. In the Xiaoyan family, his father, Xiaoyan Zhuo, had only cultivated to the 6th transformation, while his grandfather had cultivated to the 7th transformation. The cultivation method in his hands was extremely powerful. Each revolution was tens or even hundreds of times stronger than the previous revolution. Although the 5th revolution was only one revolution away from the 4th revolution, the difference in power between the two was like heaven and earth. A look of surprise flashed across Zhuo Wen's eyes as a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The sword sign in his right hand changed, and a terrifying aura swept out. Then, the greater infinite sword formation turned back into rays of sword light. The 4th move of the infinite sword formation, 1,000 swords. As soon as the cold voice fell, the countless sword rays above Zhuo Wen transformed into a hurricane, condensing into many huge longswords. Each longsword was dozens of feet long, sharp and threatening, with a chilling aura soaring to the sky. A total of 1,000 huge swords hovered above Zhuo Wen. Their terrifyingly sharp sword qi continued to spread in all directions, capable of ripping the surrounding space to shreds. This was the first time Zhuo Wen had utilized the 4th move of the Greater Infinity Sword Array's 5 great sword moves, the 1,000 Swords style. However, judging from the terrifying power displayed by the 1,000 Swords style, Zhuo Wen was quite satisfied. Break it! With a leap, Zhuo Wen stepped on one of the huge swords and flew up. The remaining 999 huge swords followed Zhuo Wen and swept towards the huge shadow in the snowstorm. Oh! The huge shadow roared and threw a punch. It was wrapped in endless snowstorm and crushed down on Zhuo Wen. It wanted to kill Zhuo Wen, who was surrounded by the 1,000 swords. Slash! Zhuo Wen formed a seal with both hands. Immediately, the 100 huge swords at the front turned into a huge sword shield. With a rumble, the huge shadow's fist hit the huge sword shield. The terrifying power caused the huge sword shield to shake violently, but it did not break through the shield's defense. Following that, the remaining 900 giant swords let out sword hums as they followed Zhuo Wen's instructions and circled behind the giant shadow, attacking it one after another. The huge swords were extremely sharp and could cut iron like mud. As soon as they sank into the huge shadow, they were able to cut deep wounds, causing the huge shadow to roar in pain. However, the huge shadow's movements were too slow, and Zhuo Wen's 1,000 swords was extremely fast. Even when the huge shadow reacted, Zhuo Wen had already controlled the huge swords to leave their original positions, causing the huge shadow to miss. Zhuo Wen's face was expressionless. He formed a seal with both hands and accurately controlled the huge swords to slash at the huge shadow. As time passed, the huge shadow's huge body was cut smaller and smaller by the huge swords. In the end, it was cut into countless pieces by the huge swords. As soon as the huge shadow died, the surrounding snowstorm also stopped. Then, Zhuo Wen took the 1,000 huge swords and turned into 1,000 streamers. In an instant, he arrived in front of Xiaoyan Qinglin. One of the huge swords let out a sword hum and stabbed towards Xiaoyan Qinglin. How is this possible? Even the 5th rotation has been broken? How can this guy's mental energy be so terrifying? Xiaoyan Qinglin's eyes were filled with both shock and anger. He spat out his right palm and blocked the incoming huge sword. With a stomp of his foot, he transformed into a streamer and fled into the distance. Even his strongest attack was unable to do anything to Zhuowen. Xiaoyan Qinglin knew that if they really fought, he was simply no match for Zhuowen. Hence, he could only flee. Do you think you can escape? Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent. He formed a sword seal with his right hand and 1,000 huge swords flew out, instantly blocking Xiaoyan Qinglin's path. Zhuowen, don't go overboard. I am the eldest son of the Xiaoyan family. Do you dare to touch me? Xiaoyan Qinglin's expression was ugly as he turned around and coldly stared at Zhuowen. Does it have anything to do with me? Zhuowen's words caused Xiaoyan Qinglin's expression to stiffen slightly. Soon after, he coldly said, You should be well aware of the Xiaoyan family's influence in Yan City. If you dare to kill me, our Xiaoyan family will definitely not let you off. I even killed Xiaoyan Pu, and you even threatened to kill me earlier. Could it be that, if I let you off now, your Xiaoyan family will let me off? Zhuowen suddenly sneered. Xiaoyan Qinglin was at death's door, yet he actually dared to use the Xiaoyan family to pressure him. How laughable! Xiaoyan Qinglin coldly snorted and said, If you let me off now, our Xiaoyan family will give you a dignified death. Otherwise, you will suffer a fate worse than death. You mean that regardless of whether I let you off or not, I, Zhuowen, will die. Then tell me, since I'm going to die no matter what I choose, then why don't I drag you down with me? Zhuowen spoke indifferently. Xiaoyan Qinglin's face stiffened. At this moment, he realized that his words from before were somewhat inappropriate. Weren't those words clearly indicating that he wanted Zhuowen to kill him? However, with Xiaoyan Qinglin's pride, he didn't want to change his words so easily. He merely said indifferently, Then do as you deem fit. Offending our Xiaoyan family isn't a wise action. What an idiot! Zhuowen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the arrogant Xiaoyan Qinglin. He formed a seal with his right hand, and a ray of light swiftly flashed past Xiaoyan Qinglin's legs. Spurt! A stream of blood sprayed out, and strands of mournful red sprinkled down from the sky. A pair of severed legs fell from the sky, and then a miserable and shrill cry resounded. Xiaoyan Qinglin's legs had been severed at the knees. An idiot like you will only bring shame to the Xiaoyan family behind you if you're still alive. Then why are you still alive? Zhuowen's cold voice resounded in the air. Then, he appeared in front of Xiaoyan Qinglin and stepped on his chest, causing Xiaoyan Qinglin to spit out a mouthful of blood. Xiaoyan Qinglin fell to the ground like a meteor, creating a huge crater. Zhuowen, you dare to sever my legs? You'll die a horrible death. In the crater, miserable shrieks continuously rang out. Xiaoyan Qinglin struggled in the crater in an extremely sorry state. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were scarlet red. This scene was naturally witnessed by the numerous practitioners in Yan City, especially Xiaoyan Qinglin, whose legs had been broken. Every single one of them sucked in a breath of cold air. This young man called Zhuowen, who had suddenly appeared, had terrifying strength and ruthless methods. Not only was Xiaoyan Qinglin no match for him, but what was even more tragic was that Xiaoyan Qinglin's legs had been severed as well. Although Xiaoyan Qinglin's talent was peerless and his strength was terrifying, losing his legs would make his future martial path bleak. Could even affect his state of mind. Bang! 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 1,000 giant swords descended from the sky and slammed into the surroundings of the crater. With the crater as the center, they formed a circle of swords. Zhuowen slowly stepped down from the air and landed in the center of the crater. He viciously stomped on Xiaoyan Qinglin's chest. Spurt! Xiaoyan Qinglin, who had originally wanted to hurl abuse at Zhuowen, swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. His face flushed red as Zhuowen stepped on him. I severed your legs, and you want me to die a horrible death? But I'm still alive and well. Why would you want me to die a horrible death? Zhuowen said indifferently. Xiaoyan Qinglin's eyes were gloomy. He was already regretting his actions. This Zhuowen in front of him was too terrifying. He actually took the initiative to provoke such a terrifying person. He felt a little stupid. However, it was useless to think about it now. What Xiaoyan Qinglin wanted now was to survive. After all, this Zhuowen in front of him didn't look like an indecisive person. If this Zhuowen really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't hesitate. My legs have been severed by you. Isn't that enough? If you spare my life, I can guarantee that the Xiaoyan family won't do anything to you. Xiaoyan Qinglin was finally afraid. This was the first time he had admitted defeat in front of Zhuowen. He really didn't want to die. He still had a great future. How could he die like this? Oh? Now you're afraid? You're finally begging me for mercy? Zhuowen said with a mocking smile. Yes. Spare my life. My Xiaoyan family won't do anything to you. I promise. Xiaoyan Qinglin quickly said. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept over from the horizon. Immediately, a group of figures appeared in the sky above the Yuan family. There were more than 20 of these figures. Each of them had a terrifying aura. The weakest was actually a ninth wheel ultimate emperor. The strongest was the middle-aged man in the lead. This middle-aged man's aura was full and sharp. He was somewhat similar to Xiaoyan Qinglin. This person's cultivation had reached the peak of the Xuanzuan realm. He was only a step away from the supremacy realm. It's the head of the Xiaoyan family, Xiaoyan Zhuo. Behind him are the true experts of the Xiaoyan family. I didn't expect them to all come. Many of the practitioners in Yen City recognized this mighty lineup of powerful practitioners as shock surfaced on their faces. At this moment, Xiaoyan Qinglin, who was under Zhuowen's foot, was pleasantly surprised. He quickly said to Zhuowen, Now that the experts of my Xiaoyan family are here, you'd better let me go. Otherwise, you'll end up very miserable. Are you trying to threaten me again? Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent. He suddenly stomped his foot. Xiaoyan Qinglin was stomped into the ground again. His chest was almost caved in. Fresh blood spurted out. He was almost suffocating. Xiaoyan Qinglin didn't dare to say anything. This Zhuowen was too unscrupulous. The people of the Xiaoyan family were already here. He didn't have any scruples and still treated him like this. He was too lawless. Chapter 925. Xiaoyan Zhuo was furious. Bastard! Quickly let Qinglin go, then bind your own arms, cripple your own cultivation, and kneel before me to beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, I'll make living worse than death for you. Xiaoyan Zhuo berated furiously at Zhuowen, and his voice was thunderous and suffused the surroundings. Zhuowen raised his head slightly and stared indifferently at Xiaoyan Zhuo. You mean that even if I let this piece of trash go, you'll still make me cripple my own cultivation and kneel before you while my life and death will still be in your hands? Xiaoyan Zhuo grunted coldly and said, Of course. Who do you think you are? You killed a member of my Xiaoyan clan and caused Qinglin to be reduced to such a state. Allowing you to cripple your own cultivation is already the greatest benevolence I can show you. The greatest benevolence? Zhuowen laughed with ridicule as he stomped his foot down on Xiaoyan Qinglin's chest, causing the latter to spit out a mouthful of blood while his aura weakened to the extreme. Moreover, his eyes were unfocused while he seemed to be in a slightly dazed state. Xiaoyan Qinglin, you have to remember that it wasn't I, Zhuowen, who wanted to kill you, and it was your father who forced me to do so. Since he said that even if I, Zhuowen, let you go, he would still make me cripple my own cultivation and kneel before him. Obviously, he doesn't intend to let me go. Since it's like that, then it just so happens that I can drag you down with me. It wouldn't be a loss in that way. Don't you think so? As he spoke, a blood-red spear appeared in Zhuowen's right palm, and the tip of the blood-red spear just happened to be pressed against Xiaoyan Qinglin's neck. The oppressive cold glow it emanated caused the hairs on Xiaoyan Qinglin's entire body to stand on end, and he hurriedly cried out, Don't kill me! Let me go! Kid! How dare you? Xiao Yanzhua roared furiously as he flashed towards Zhuowen, and then he pressed down with his right hand, causing a terrifying wave of origin energy to crush down towards Zhuowen like a mountain. Look, your father is forcing me to kill you. Since it's like that, then you should just die. As he gazed at Xiao Yanzhua, who attacked fearlessly, Zhuowen's gaze turned cold, and he swung the blood-red spear horizontally. It instantly swept past Xiaoyan Qinglin's neck and caused strands of blood. Pucci! Xiaoyan Qinglin's eyes widened. Even in death, he still couldn't believe that this Zhuowen had actually dared to kill him. Moreover, he hadn't hesitated in the slightest. Whoosh! 3 pairs of lightning wings unfurled, and Zhuowen turned into an illusory lightning bolt, instantly dodging Xiao Yanzhua's attack. Silence. At this moment, the surroundings became extremely quiet. Not only the onlookers, but even Xiao Yan, who was rushing forward, stopped in midair. His gaze was fixed on the deep pit below, where Xiao Yan Qinglin had completely lost his breath. After a long period of silence, Xiao Yanzhua raised his head and roared, "Bastard, you dared to kill my son. Today I, Xiao Yanzhua, will kill you. Men, capture this little bastard. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death." As soon as these words came out, more than 20 experts of the Xiaoyan family behind Xiao Yanzhua nodded. Immediately, their imposing aura became like rainbows, and they surrounded Zhuowen with cold and ruthless gazes. Xiao Yanzhua came to the deep pit and gently picked up Xiaoyan Qinglin's body. His eyes were filled with grief and indignation. His Xiaoyan family had painstakingly cultivated a monstrous genius, who might even surpass him in the future. Xiaoyan Qinglin had actually died like this. Xiao Yanzhua only felt his heart ache at this moment. His hatred for Zhuowen was monstrous, and he couldn't wait for Zhuowen to die without a burial place. That Zhuowen is really bold. He actually killed Xiaoyan Qinglin in front of Xiao Yanzhua. He's really arrogant. But I'm afraid this kid's end won't be good. The Xiaoyan family has only had one genius like Xiaoyan Qinglin for many years, and now he's been killed by Zhuowen just like that. Xiao Yanzhua won't let him go. The Xiaoyan family has sent out all their elite experts this time. Those 20 or so are basically all elders with high positions in the family. 2 of them are even at the early stage of the Xuanzuan realm, while the rest are at the ultimate 9-wheel emperor realm or above. This lineup is too terrifying. Seeing the lineup that surrounded Zhuowen, many people shook their heads and sighed. Since Zhuowen could defeat Xiaoyan Qinglin, he was clearly a monstrous genius with great talent, but now he was going to die because of this. Many cultivators couldn't help but sigh. "Father, what should we do? Young Master Zhua has been surrounded by people from the Xiaoyan family." At this moment, only Ruan Xianfeng, Ruan Lingyu, and Ling Ying were left in the martial arts field of the Ruan family. Ruan Lingyu asked worriedly. Ruan Xianfeng shook his head and said with a complicated look in his eyes, "I can't do anything about this. Little brother Zhua is very strong. Killing Xiaoyan Qinglin is probably his limit. I'm afraid he's no match for these 20 or so experts from the Xiaoyan family. Not to mention me." At this point, Ruan Xuanfeng's face was full of a bitter smile. Zhuowen's strength was far beyond his expectations. Not only did Zhuowen defeat him, but he even killed Xiaoyan Qinglin, who was half a step away from the Xuanzuan realm. Such strength was considered a monstrous genius at Zhuowen's age. However, a battle of this level was not something he could intervene in. In other words, Ruan Xianfeng was no different from an ant in the eyes of the experts from the Xiaoyan family. Ling Ying, who was standing behind the 2, had a venomous look in her eyes. Although Zhuowen's strength had shocked her, she was more resentful because her father, Ling Feng, was killed by Zhuowen. And because of Zhuowen, the Ruan family had become what it was today. Ling Ying blamed everything on Zhuowen. She didn't know that if she and Ling Feng hadn't been so aggressive, Zhuowen wouldn't have attacked them. Ling Ying and Ling Feng were the ones who brought this upon themselves. Who could they blame for this? You're Zhuowen, right? How dare you kill someone from the Shaoyan family? You've got guts. More than 20 people surrounded Zhuowen. The auras of the two black-robed old men in the lead were the most vigorous. They were actually at the early stage of the Xuanzun realm. The rest of the people were all at least at the ultimate ninth wheel emperor realm. Such a lineup was almost the strongest lineup that the Shaoyan family could bring out. In their opinion, it was completely unnecessary for more than 20 people to attack the young man in front of them. However, Shaoyan Zuo was the head of the Shaoyan family, so they naturally didn't dare to disobey. You've got guts for killing a piece of trash? You think too highly of yourselves. Zhuowen sneered. As soon as these words came out, the pupils of more than 20 people shrank, and their faces turned cold. Zhuowen's words were very vicious. He actually dared to call the number one genius of the Shaoyan family, Shaoyan Qinglin, a piece of trash. Looks like you're really looking for death. Let's kill him together. The two black-robed old men in the lead snorted coldly and waved their right hands. Suddenly, more than 20 people around them erupted with their own auras. They used their own powerful moves and waved them at Zhuowen in the center. For a moment, terrifying origin energy fluctuations spread out in the surroundings. Various colors of origin energy exploded above the void like colorful fireworks. It looked very colorful. That Zhuowen is finished. The joint attack of so many experts is too powerful. Even if Zhuowen's strength has reached the Xuanzun realm, I'm afraid he can't withstand such a terrifying attack. Many warriors below Yen City looked up at the sky. Naturally, they also saw the intersecting energy balls that were constantly exploding. All of them revealed looks of surprise. The joint attack of more than 20 experts was indeed terrifying. Even an early-stage warrior of the Xuanzun realm would probably be smashed to pieces if he was caught in the explosion of the energy balls, let alone Zhuowen. In the void, the two black-robed old men in the lead raised the corners of their mouths and revealed a victorious smile. They were quite satisfied with the powerful attack of more than 20 people. Let's go. This kid is definitely going to die. Let's return to our master. The two black-robed old men waved their hands. Immediately, the remaining 20 people followed behind the two old men. They intended to leave the void and rush towards Shaoyan Zuo below. Did I allow you to leave? A calm voice slowly rang out in the void. It was very flat and faint, but it sounded like an echo in everyone's ears. The 20-plus people who were about to leave stiffened. They immediately turned their heads to look at the explosion cluster behind them, after which they were stunned to discover that a human figure was slowly walking out from the explosion cluster. It was as though he was not afraid of the surrounding terrifying energy erosion. When this figure completely appeared before them, they noticed that an enormous furnace was actually floating above this person's head. The surface of this furnace was inscribed with the talisman markings of the sun, and it was precisely Zhuo Wen's monarch rank spirit treasure, the divine sun furnace. Waves of sun fire revolved around Zhuowen's body, resisting the erosion of the surrounding terrifying energy. At this moment, Zhuowen was like a sun god. He appeared so dazzling and brilliant. What kind of soul treasure is this? Why does it have such a powerful aura? The two old men in the lead revealed expressions of surprise and bewilderment. The aura of the divine sun furnace floating above Zhuowen's head was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that the two old men couldn't help but have the thought of submitting to it. Could it be a royal soul treasure? Soon, the two black-robed old men thought of a possibility. The two of them were cultivators of the Xuanzun realm, so they had naturally seen heaven's soul treasures before. As for royal soul treasures, they had only seen one from the ancestor of the Shaoyan family. The aura of the divine sun furnace on the young man in front of them was almost the same as the royal soul treasure used by the ancestor of the Shaoyan family. Needless to say, this furnace was definitely a royal soul treasure. It's actually a royal soul treasure. This brat who stinks of milk actually has such a treasure. It's really a waste. This kind of treasure should belong to our Shaoyan family. It's most suitable. After the shock, the two black-robed old men looked at each other and saw a hint of greed in their eyes. They were determined to get this royal soul treasure. Ha ha! Brat, you're quite a good person. You actually took out such a treasure. Since you've taken it out, we won't be polite and accept it. As the two black-robed old men spoke, they led more than 20 people behind them and flew towards Zhuowen. They wanted to capture Zhuowen and seize the divine sun furnace. Killing people and seizing treasures? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications. Chapter 9:26. Sneak attack. The sun runes on the surface of the divine sun cauldron burst out with an extremely terrifying light. Waves of blazing sun fire surged out, enveloping the two black-robed old men and more than 20 experts of the Shaoyan family. The sun fire was extremely terrifying. An ordinary Ultimate Emperor Realm expert would not be able to withstand it at all. Inside the sun fire, apart from the two black-robed old men with the highest cultivation who could barely withstand it, the other 20 Shaoyan family elders were all swallowed by the sea of fire and disappeared. How can it be so terrifying? The two black-robed old men in the sea of fire naturally noticed the other people being swallowed by the sea of fire. Their eyes were filled with fear. The terrifying might of the sun's flame was beyond the two old men's expectations. Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the divine sun cauldron floating in the air quietly landed in his right palm. Then, he stared coldly at the two black-robed old men in the sea of fire and said indifferently, "This spirit treasure is called the divine sun cauldron. Don't you want it? Just come and take it." As soon as these words were said, the two black-robed old men's faces stiffened. Was Zhuowen joking? They were trapped in the sea of fire and were barely holding on. This kid actually wanted them to come and take the divine sun cauldron. Was he deliberately angering them? "Since you don't want it, then die." As he spoke, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with killing intent. His right hand suddenly slammed onto the surface of the divine sun cauldron. Immediately, an even more terrifying sun fire surged out from the cauldron and drowned the two black-robed old men. "No. Spare us. It was not our intention to come and kill you. As long as you let us go, we are willing to follow you." The two black-robed old men's terrified cries came from the sea of fire. It was too terrifying. This sun fire could completely kill the two of them. They were truly afraid. At this moment, in a huge pit below Yan City, Shaoyan Zhua slowly put down the corpse of Shaoyan Qinglin. He stared at the expert of the Shaoyan family who had been instantly killed in surprise. Especially the words of the two black-robed old men, it caused Shaoyan Zhua's gaze to turn extremely gloomy. He had never imagined that the situation would develop in such a way. Moreover, he had never imagined that Zhuowen would actually possess such a terrifying royal rank spiritual treasure. "Follow me? You two trash really aren't qualified. Just die for me." Zhuowen coldly snorted, no longer showing any mercy. Endless sun flames spread out, completely submerging the two black-robed old men. Not long after, the screams of the two black-robed old men were completely extinguished. Whoosh! Waves of sun fire once again entered the divine sun furnace, and the two black-robed elders were completely turned into ashes. In an instant, more than 20 elite experts from the Shaoyan family had been completely annihilated. Not only were the spectating cultivators in Yan City shocked, even Shaoyan Zhua couldn't help but twitch his mouth, his expression extremely ugly. "Shaoyan clanhead, didn't you just make me, Zhuowen, wish I was dead? Why haven't you come up yet?" After he dealt with the two black-robed old men, Zhuowen stood in midair and looked down at Shaoyan Zhua, who had an unsightly expression. His gaze was ghastly and indifferent, while his shout resounded out like rumbling thunder and suffused the entire expanse of space. Hua! Zhuowen's voice was neither loud nor soft, but many cultivators within a radius of dozens of miles could hear it clearly. Then, their gazes converged on Shaoyan Zhua in unison. Xiaoyan's eyes were gloomy as he felt the gazes of so many people. In fact, after Zhuowen took out the Divine Sun Furnace and easily killed more than 20 elite experts of the Xiaoyan family, Xiaoyan's was already a little scared. Although his cultivation was good, it was only at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm. However, among the more than 20 cultivators, the two black-robed old men were also at the initial stage of the Xuanzuan realm, although their cultivation was not as good as his. Even if he could win against more than 20 experts, it would be impossible for him to win as easily as Zhuowen. Moreover, Zhuowen had easily killed more than 20 experts. Therefore, at this moment, Xiaoyan's hesitated. He began to lose confidence in Zhuowen. What are you hesitating for, Xiaoyan family head? I, Zhuowen, want to see how you, Xiaoyan family head, will make my life worse than death. What's wrong? Are you scared? Zhuowen's sneering voice spread throughout the entire void, causing many cultivators' gazes to become strange. Could it be, as Zhuowen said, that the Xiaoyan family head, Xiaoyan Zhua, was really scared? Xiaoyan Zhua coldly snorted and stamped his foot. Waves of cold air covered his whole body as he floated in the air and landed 100 meters away from Zhuowen. His eyes were gloomy as he said, "You're Zhuowen, right? It seems that you're really arrogant. Do you really think that you can fight against my Xiaoyan family alone?" Xiaoyan family head, you're exaggerating. This kid didn't say that. It's just that the more than 20 so-called elite experts you sent before seem to be quite useless. Therefore, I hope that the family head can send some decent experts instead of some random cats and dogs to mess with people. As soon as Zhuowen said this, Xiaoyan's face stiffened and his whole body trembled. This was going too far. This Zhuowen not only killed more than 20 high-level cultivators of the Xiaoyan family, but now he was ridiculing the high-level cultivators of the Xiaoyan family. Wasn't this a disguised way of saying that the experts of the Xiaoyan family were all useless? You're very conceited, but generally conceited people die early. I don't think you can escape this fate, Xiaoyan's said coldly. Zhuowen's eyes were as calm as water as he said indifferently, "Then there's no need for the Xiaoyan family head to worry. As long as an enemy obstructs me, Zhuowen, I'll kill them all, regardless of their background." However, as soon as Zhuowen finished speaking, he noticed a strange smile on the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed and a trace of ominous feeling rose in his heart. Whoosh! A wisp of black light silently swept over from behind Zhuowen's back. It was silent, like a lonely shadow in the middle of the night. By the time Zhuowen noticed it, the wisp of black light was already close to him. A cold sharp edge was already pressed against the skin of his back. As long as it moved forward a little bit, the sharp edge would be able to pierce through Zhuowen's back. "Dodge!" Zhuowen shouted angrily. He moved his feet and lowered his body. The sharp edge that was piercing towards his back suddenly pierced towards his shoulder blade. Poochie! The sound of flesh being pierced was heard. A black long sword surrounded by a black mist pierced through Zhuowen's shoulder blade from the back, bringing out a stream of blood. 3 pairs of lightning wings unfurled as Zhuowen turned into a bolt of lightning and flew backwards. He then turned his head with an extremely gloomy gaze and stared at the person who had just ambushed him. The person who appeared in front of Zhuowen was a figure completely covered in black mist. Naturally, Zhuowen recognized this person. Wasn't he the Devil Shadow from the Heavenly Peak Devil Palace who had chased after him in the dense forest? Your vigilance is quite strong. You were actually able to dodge my sure-kill attack. Moreover, your strength seems to be much stronger than before? The Devil Shadow's cold voice was heard. There was a trace of astonishment in his voice. Looks like my luck is pretty good. I actually met so many acquaintances here. A lazy voice was heard. Then, Zui Qingfeng, who was dressed in a green and white robe, held a jade wine gourd in his hand. He poured the wine into his mouth with his right hand and burped at the same time. He looked at Zhuowen with drunken eyes. However, Zhuowen could see that the drunkenness in Zui Qingfeng's eyes was a kind of disguise. In those drunken eyes there was a deep chill. This chill was targeted at Zhuowen. Back then, Zui Qingfeng had been put in an extremely difficult situation because of Zhuowen. Zui Qingfeng had never forgotten that. Now that he had met this Zhuowen, he would definitely not let him go. Clear Void Valleys, Zui Qingfeng, Devil Shadow from the Heavenly Peak Devil Palace. I never thought that these two monstrous geniuses would be lured out. This is really surprising. Seeing the sudden appearance of these two people, many of the Yen City's practitioners were shocked. Zui Qingfeng and Devil Shadow were young geniuses who were much more terrifying than Xiaoyan Qinglin. Their strength was not inferior to the head of the Xiaoyan family, Xiaoyan Zhuo. Moreover, looking at Zui Qingfeng and Devil Shadow's appearance, they seemed to know Zhuowen. There seemed to be a certain grudge between them. Otherwise, Devil Shadow would not have suddenly launched a sneak attack when Zhuowen and Xiaoyan Zhuo were confronting each other. I never thought that the two young masters, Devil Shadow and Zui Qingfeng, would also come. From the looks of it, the two of you are also somewhat dissatisfied with this Zhuowen. Why don't the three of us join forces to completely capture this child? After all, this child has many secrets on him. The two young masters should be somewhat tempted, right? Xiaoyan Zhuo politely cupped his hands towards Devil Shadow and Zui Qingfeng. He knew about Devil Shadow's sneak attack because Devil Shadow had sent a message to him, telling him to try his best to attract Zhuowen's attention so that he could succeed in his sneak attack. However, Zhuowen's vigilance was too strong. His reaction was also extremely fast. Under the sneak attack that was sure to kill him, he was actually able to avoid being hit in his vitals. Xiaoyan family head is too polite. This Zhuowen does indeed have many secrets on him. Moreover, this child's strength is not weak. We only need to delay this child. I have already secretly informed the palace master. When the palace master arrives, this child will not be able to escape. Devil Shadow politely replied to Xiaoyan Zhuo. What? The palace master of the Heavenly Peak Devil Palace, Senior Devil Daozi, is also coming? Xiaoyan Zhuo was shocked. Although this Zhuowen's strength was not bad, it was still not enough for the palace master of the Heavenly Peak Devil Palace, Master Devil Daozi, to personally take action. At the very least, Xiaoyan Zhuo felt that Master Devil Daozi was making a fuss over nothing. Our Clear Void Valley sect master is also on his way. He should be arriving soon. Zui Qingfeng also cupped his hands and said, What? Even the Clear Void Valley sect master, Senior Qin Shuzi, is coming? Xiaoyan Zhuo finally exclaimed in shock. He was already shocked enough that Master Devil Daozi was coming. Now that even Qing Shuzi was coming, Xiaoyan Zhuo really did not know what to say. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan Zhuo's gaze could not help but size up Zhuowen, who was not far away. Could it be that this child had some kind of big secret on him that he could actually provoke the two giants of the great Yen City, Master Devil Daozi and Qing Shuzi, to fight over him? This child is definitely not simple. I have to report this to the ancestor. Chapter 927. Explosive Strength. The three of us only need to delay this brat. There's no need to risk our lives. After all, in our opinion, this brat is dead for sure. Emoing laughed sinisterly. Brother Emoing is right. However, your Celestial Peak Devil Palace is much further away from Yen City than our Clear Void Valley. When the time comes, our sect master should arrive first. If our Clear Void Valley manages to capture him first, your Celestial Peak Devil Palace's senior demon Taoist won't need to come. Zui Qingfeng gulped down another mouthful of wine from his jade gourd. His face was slightly flushed and his eyes were hazy. Emoing narrowed his eyes and said coldly, The palace master possesses the power of the devil. Even if the Celestial Peak Devil Palace is further away from your Clear Void Valley, the palace master's speed won't be much slower than your Clear Void Valley's, Qing Su. Xiaoyan Zhuo's eyes flickered. Just now, he had already crushed the jade talisman. The ancestor of the Shaoyan family, who was in seclusion, had almost received it and was currently on his way. Their Shaoyan family was in Yen City and was the closest to them. There was no doubt that their Shaoyan clan's ancestor would be the first to arrive. If their ancestor could capture Zhuo Wen before Master Demon Daoist and Master Qing Su arrived, then although they wouldn't be able to keep all the benefits, they would still be able to get a share of the spoils. Just as the three of them each had their own ulterior motives and thought that Zhuo Wen had already been captured, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from the center of the three of them, attracting their attention. When their gazes gathered on the owner of this aura, they were all shocked. The source of this aura was actually Zhuo Wen, whom they had overlooked. This aura is the sovereign stage? Xiaoyan's mouth opened slightly as he spat out these words. Zui Qingfeng and Emoing exchanged glances. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. It was actually the sovereign stage. When they were chasing Zhuo Wen, he was merely an ultimate three-wheel emperor. How could he erupt with such a terrifying aura now? Could it be that this brat has been hiding his cultivation all this time? Zui Qingfeng's eyes flickered as he said solemnly. Mo Ying's eyelids twitched. He discovered a bone-chilling gaze staring straight at him, causing him to feel uneasy. The owner of this gaze was none other than Zhuo Wen. Demon Shadow. You're really something, you actually dared to sneak attack me. Zhuo Wen's voice was terrifyingly calm, but everyone knew that beneath this calmness was a monstrous, killing intent. This Mo Ying's ability to hide was very strong. Just now, Zhuo Wen's attention was fully attracted by Xiaoyan's, so the former's sneak attack was successful. At that moment, if Zhuo Wen's actions were a beat slower, the Mo Ying's sword would have pierced his heart. At that time, there was really no way to save the situation. Today you must die. Zhuo Wen's indifferent voice resounded. He stomped his foot, waved the blood spear in his hand, and used the Azura blood spear. Countless cracks appeared in the void, and an endless sea of blood gushed out from those cracks. Kill! With a loud roar, Zhuo Wen rushed towards the demonic figure with the sea of blood wrapped around him. His killing intent soared to the heavens, and the sea of blood wreaked havoc. At this moment, Zhuo Wen was like a demon god that had returned from Azura hell. Xiaoyan's, Zui Qingfeng, what are you two still watching? Hurry up and block this kid with me. As long as the palace master or Qing Su arrives, this kid won't be able to escape. The demonic figure stretched out his right hand, and a long sword surrounded by black fog appeared in his palm. He slashed the void, and a terrifying black energy spread across the void, turning into a huge sword shadow that slashed towards Zhuo Wen. At the same time, he retreated and shouted at Zui Qingfeng and Xiaoyan's. Zui Qingfeng and Xiaoyan's expressions were solemn. After Zhuo Wen revealed his supreme stage aura, they no longer looked relaxed. In their hearts, they were cursing Zhuo Wen for hiding his cultivation. Clear void sword technique / Zui Qingfeng formed a sword technique with both hands, and wisps of green origin energy shot out, turning into thousands of sword shadows in the void, and swept towards Zhuo Wen. At the same time, Xiaoyan's formed a complicated seal with both hands. He was actually using the 9 transformation ice god technique that Xiao Yanqinglin had used before. 5th transformation ice god die. Xiaoyan's pressed down with both hands, and a terrifying snowstorm appeared behind him. Within the snowstorm, a huge shadow was faintly discernible, stepping on the void. The 9 transformation ice god technique that Xiao Yanzhua had used was much more powerful than Xiao Yanqinglin's, and the giant shadow's might was also much more terrifying than Xiao Yanqinglin's. The black sword shadow that spanned across the void, the thousands of green sword shadows that were wantonly unleashed, and the terrifying giant figure that was stomping through the snowstorm formed a triangular formation. The 3 attacks headed straight for Zhuo Wen, who was in the center. The entire void was enveloped by these 3 terrifying attacks. All the cultivators in Yen City looked up at the sky with their mouths slightly agape. They had long been stunned by these three terrifying attacks. These were the joint attacks of three Xuanzuan realm powerhouses, and these three Xuanzuan realm powerhouses weren't ordinary cultivators. Not to mention that Xiao Yanzuo was at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm, Zui Qinfeng and Mo Ying were the peerless geniuses of Yan City, and their combat strength was far from what ordinary Xuanzuan realm cultivators could compare with. The three of them had extraordinary combat strength, and when they joined forces, they could even kill an early-stage Supreme Being cultivator. Although Zhuowen had erupted with the aura of a Supreme Being, in the eyes of the three of them, he wasn't a match for their joint attack. Divine Sun Cauldron, 3 consecutive suns. Zhuowen coldly shouted, and the sun runes on the surface of the Divine Sun Cauldron above his head became even more blazing and dazzling, and 3 huge blazing suns surged out. The surface of these 3 blazing suns surged with the flames of the sun, and they emitted a golden radiance that couldn't be looked at directly. The 3 blazing suns swept towards the 3 attacks, emitting light and heat, and instantly collided with the 3 attacks. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded, and then the 3 attacks and the 3 blazing suns in the void turned into nothingness at the same time. Zhuowen stepped on the endless flames of the sun and instantly arrived in front of Mo Ying. Die! With a twist of his right hand, the blood spear spun at high speed and swept towards the center of Mo Ying's brows. Countless seas of blood wrapped around Mo Ying, forming a blood barrier that made it impossible for him to dodge. Mo Ying's eyes were gloomy as he held the black sword in his hand horizontally. All the black mist on his body gathered on the black sword, and in an instant, the slender black sword rapidly expanded, turning into 100 feet long. It stood horizontally in front of him like a sturdy sword shield. Can you block it? The chilling look in Zhuowen's eyes grew even more intense. The blood-red spear pressed against the sword and shield, emitting an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing against metal. It actually caused the demonic figure to continuously retreat. Break! Zhuowen's right hand slapped the hilt of the blood spear, and a powerful force surged out, and a touch of demonic red appeared on the tip of the blood spear. Crack! The black sword shield did not last for long. Under the terrifying power of the blood spear, traces of cracks appeared on its surface, and it finally crumbled into black powder. Swoosh! With the sword shield broken, Zhuowen held the blood spear in his hand, and instantly passed by Mo Ying. Soon after, a miserable shriek continuously resounded in the sky above Yan City. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Numerous gazes gathered on the owner of the miserable shriek, and soon after, gasps rang out. The person who let out that miserable shriek was none other than the evildoer Mo Ying from the Heaven Peak Devil Palace. At this moment, Mo Ying was in an exceptionally miserable state. His arms and legs were all broken, and fresh blood spurted out, forming a misty blood rain in the sky. Ah! Zhuowen, you actually dared to break my limbs. You are so ruthless. Mo Ying was on the verge of going crazy. Previously, he had lost his right arm because of Zhuowen, and it was already extremely humiliating. Fortunately, the demon had used a secret technique to regenerate his arm. However, Zhuowen did not kill him. Instead, he had broken his limbs in front of countless practitioners in Yan City. This was a naked humiliation that Mo Ying could not tolerate. Zhuowen glanced indifferently at Mo Ying, whose limbs had been broken, and no longer paid any attention to him. Instead, he turned around and stared coldly at Zui Qinfeng and Xiao Yanzuo, who were nearby. The bone-chilling coldness made the two of them feel uneasy. So powerful! This kid is only around 20 years old. Not only has his cultivation reached the initial stage of the sovereign stage, but Mo Ying, Zui Qinfeng and Xiao Yanzuo's combined forces were also easily broken by him. Mo Ying even had his limbs broken. In terms of talent and strength, this kid is probably not inferior to the imperial family's prince, Mo Lingtian. When did such a monstrous genius appear in Yan City? After Zhuowen had broken Mo Ying's limbs, Zhuowen had become the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone was guessing the origin and identity of this young man named Zhuowen. In the Ruan clan's martial arts arena, whether it was Ruan Xianfeng, Ruan Lingyu or Ling Ying, the three of them stood motionless like statues as they stared blankly at the devil-like figure in the sky. No matter what, they would never have imagined that the youth they thought to be ordinary would actually possess such formidable strength. Not only were Xiaoyan Zhua, Zui Qingfeng, and Mo Ying's combined forces not a match for him, but Mo Ying's limbs were completely crippled by Zhuowen as soon as they met. In their opinion, Xiaoyan Zhua, Zui Qingfeng and Mo Ying were all influential figures in Yan City. In their eyes, they were lofty and unreachable existences. But now they had been crushed by Zhuowen, and Mo Ying's fate was even more miserable. Ling Yu, where did this Zhuowen come from? How can his strength be so terrifying? Ruan Xuanfeng's voice trembled as he spoke. Ruan Lingyu shook her head and said with a complicated gaze, "Actually, I'm not sure either. Back then, we only rescued young Master Zhua from the road. Who knew that young Master Zhua had hidden his strength so well? Ling Yu, with your kindness of saving him back then, if our Ruan clan has such a person to help us, how can we not rise?" Ruan Xuanfeng's eyes flickered as he spoke. Ruan Lingyu glanced at Ruan Xianfeng indifferently and said with waning interest, "Father, young Master Zhua has already completely expelled the cold from my body. He has already repaid the debt of saving my life. He doesn't owe our Ruan clan anything. On the contrary, our Ruan clan has been targeting him and going up against the Xiaoyan clan alone. Now that you've seen young Master Zhua's outstanding strength, do you think it's possible for him to revive our Ruan clan?" Ruan Lingyu was somewhat disappointed in her father, Ruan Xianfeng. Previously, he had treated Zhuowen in such a manner. Not only did Zhuowen not repay kindness with enmity, he even helped the Ruan clan go up against the Xiaoyan clan. Chapter 928. Flowing sword form, the two of you should stay behind as well. After saying that, Zhuowen took a step forward and 3 pairs of lightning wings unfurled. He turned into a flash of lightning as the sea of blood behind him revolved around him, making him look terrifying and bloody. Xiaoyan Zhua and Zui Qingfeng's expressions changed slightly. The scene of Zhuowen instantly severing Mo Ying's 4 limbs was still fresh in their minds. They also began to feel a trace of fear towards Zhuowen. "Young Master Zui Qingfeng, we only need to delay this person for a quarter of an hour. My Xiaoyan family's old ancestor will arrive soon. I hope you can lend me a hand." Xiaoyan's was said to Zui Qingfeng somewhat anxiously. "A quarter of an hour?" Zui Qingfeng shot a meaningful glance at Xiaoyan Zhua. It seemed like this Xiaoyan Zhua wasn't someone easy to deal with. He actually secretly notified his family's old ancestor. Moreover, the Xiaoyan family was located in Yan City. Therefore, their old ancestor would arrive much faster than their Clear Void Valley and Devil Palace. According to Qing Shuzi's speed, Zui Qingfeng estimated that it would take him around half an incense stick's time to reach Yan City. Originally, this amount of time wasn't considered long for Zui Qingfeng. However, Zhuowen's strength had exceeded their expectations. He actually possessed a cultivation at the initial stage of the Exalted Realm. Moreover, his combat strength wasn't something an ordinary Exalted Realm cultivator could compare to. He'd broken through their joint attack in a few moves. The most miserable one was Mo Ying. All 4 of his limbs had been severed by Zhuowen. If he couldn't recover, he would become a cripple from now on. Right now, Zui Qingfeng couldn't wait for more experts to arrive and restrain this troublesome fellow. The Xiaoyan family's old ancestor was a good candidate. Because the Xiaoyan family had a good relationship with the Clear Void Valley, even if Zhuowen was captured by the Xiaoyan family's old ancestor, with Qing Shuzi's face, he could absolutely split the secrets on Zhuowen with the Xiaoyan family's old ancestor. Good. Let's delay him for a quarter of an hour. As he spoke, Zui Qingfeng's gaze became extremely solemn. He slapped the jade wine gourd in his hand with his right hand. A green light flickered as the wine gourd continued to expand. It expanded until it was several dozen feet in size. When the cork was pulled out, the wine inside gushed out and transformed into giant water pythons. There were a total of 20 of them, and each of them was nearly 300 feet in size. Xiaoyan's didn't hold back either. He changed his hand's seal, and waves of ice-blue cold air raged, wrapping his whole body in it. It actually formed a layer of ice-blue armor around his body. Xiaoyan's aura had actually risen from the peak of the Xuanzun realm to the early stage of the Supreme Being realm, the same realm as Zhuowen. Sixth evolution armor. Xiaoyan's had cultivated the 9 transformation ice god technique to the 6th transformation. The 6th transformation could release all the cold energy in the body and attach it to the surface of the caster's body, temporarily increasing the caster's strength. Kill! Xiaoyan's shouted loudly as he took a step forward, and then he flashed towards Zhuowen while covered in boundless icy blue cold energy. Zhuowen stood with his spear in hand. He took a step and also swept towards Xiaoyan's not to be outdone. He swung his blood spear, and a monstrous sea of blood enveloped Xiaoyan's. A powerful blood energy erupted, wanting to completely crush Xiaoyan's. However, the ice-blue armor on the surface of Xiaoyan's body had extremely terrifying defensive power. The sea of blood that came into contact with the armor was actually frozen into ice by the powerful cold intent. Boom! 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 In just an instant, the sea of blood that wrapped around Xiaoyan's body completely stilled and was condensed into a blood-red ice cube by the powerful cold energy. Then, the blood-red ice cube shattered, and Xiaoyan's threw a punch at Zhuowen with a domineering aura. Humph! With a cold snort, Zhuowen swept out with his blood spear. The sharp tip of the spear collided with Xiaoyan's fist, and a powerful force exploded out, forming a ring-shaped shockwave. Xiaoyan's let out a muffled groan and retreated dozens of steps, while Zhuowen retreated 3 steps. There was no doubt that Zhuowen had the absolute upper hand in the first confrontation between the two. Boom! The moment Zhuowen stabilized his body, a series of roars sounded. Then, more than 20 huge anacondas that had been ready to attack intertwined with each other and swept towards Zhuowen. Their huge heads looked extremely ferocious. Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. He formed a sword sign with his right hand, and the infinite sword formation turned into rays of cold light that circled around Zhuowen's body. The 5th sword move of the infinite sword formation, flowing sword style. Then, the infinite sword formation turned into rays of sword light and began to spin above Zhuowen's head at high speed, turning into a terrifying sword light storm. The flowing sword style was a move that turned the sword light in the sword formation into a flowing wind, and formed a terrifying sword storm in a rotating manner. Its power was extremely shocking and terrifying. The flowing sword style was also the most powerful of the 5 sword moves of the infinite sword formation. Zhuowen had already comprehended it back then, but he had never had the chance to use it. Pucci! The sword storm's power was extremely barbaric and terrifying. Although the surrounding anacondas were very ferocious, they were all crushed into countless water droplets in front of the sword storm. Not a single one survived. Whoosh! After killing more than 20 anacondas in an instant, the sword storm did not stop. It swept towards Zui Qingfeng in the sky, wanting to kill him as well. Zui Qingfeng's face changed slightly. He formed a sword sign with both hands, and countless sword shadows appeared around him, forming a sword shadow barrier. Countless sword shadows flickered in the barrier, and it looked quite spectacular. Bang! 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 When the sword storm and the sword shadow barrier collided, the sound of heaven and earth shattering rang out. Then, the sword shadow barrier shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. Damn it! This guy! Zui Qingfeng's face turned ugly. A jade-colored leaf appeared in his right hand, and a trace of pain appeared in his eyes. This jade-colored leaf had the ability to teleport, and he did not have many on him. Last time, he had used one because of Zhuowen, and this time, he was forced to use it because of Zhuowen. How could Zui Qingfeng not feel pain? Crack! A crisp sound rang out, causing Zui Qingfeng's face to turn gloomy. He sighed and had no choice but to crush the jade-colored leaf. The moment the sword shadow barrier collapsed, Zui Qingfeng had already disappeared thousands of miles away. He escaped pretty fast. Seeing Zui Qingfeng teleport again, Zhuowen did not pursue the matter. Instead, he looked at Xiao Yanzhua and said indifferently, "Since Zui Qingfeng has already escaped, I can only vent my anger on you." As he spoke, Zhuowen stomped his foot, and the Azura blood spear was unleashed to the extreme. An endless sea of blood gushed out from the void, and Zhuowen's eyes turned scarlet, filled with bloodthirst. "Kill!" Looking at Zui Qingfeng fleeing and Zhuowen rushing in front of him, Xiao Yanzhua's face turned ugly. He said in a low voice, "Old ancestor will be here soon. I just need to hold on for a while. I don't believe that Zhuowen can kill me in such a short time." Clenching his teeth, Xiao Yanzhua did not retreat. Instead, he rushed towards Zhuowen. He threw out a punch, releasing a terrifying chill that seemed to shatter the surrounding space. Boom! 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 In just an instant, the two of them collided, and a terrifying battle erupted. Needless to say, Xiao Yanzhua was at an absolute disadvantage. Fortunately, Xiao Yanzhua's armor was extremely sturdy. Even Zhuowen's blood spear could not pierce through it. "Zhuowen, our Xiao Yanzhua family's 9-transformation ice god technique has many powerful abilities. The armor on my body is transformed from the 6th transformation, and its defense is extremely powerful. So what if you're stronger than me? You can't pierce through my armor. You can only be held back by me." Seeing that Zhuowen's attack did not pierce through his armor, Xiao Yanzhua felt relieved and couldn't help but mock him. "You want to die so badly? Very well, I'll fulfill your wish." Zhuowen's cold voice sounded, causing Xiao Yanzhua's face to stiffen. What did Zhuowen mean? Could it be that he has more powerful means? But soon, Xiao Yanzhua rejected this idea. The current Zhuowen was already abnormal enough. If Zhuowen had more powerful means, then it would really be heaven-defying. "Great Sun Nirvana Nirvana." Zhuowen's low voice sounded. Then, Xiao Yanzhua was shocked to see that Zhuowen had turned into 3 heads and 6 arms. Each of his 6 arms held a long spear, and Zhuowen's aura was several times stronger than before. 3 heads and 6 arms? Are you kidding me? What kind of secret technique is this? Xiao Yanzhua was stunned, and his lips trembled as he muttered, "Azura blood spear aura, die for me." Zhuowen roared, and his 6 arms displayed the Azura blood spear aura at the same time. Suddenly, an endless sea of blood gushed out from the void. It was as if the entire sky was covered by the sea of blood, and it looked extremely terrifying. No! Xiao Yanzhua also felt the power of the sea of blood. It was much more terrifying than before, and deep fear and coldness appeared in his eyes. Pucci! The power of the sea of blood poured down, and heavily bombarded Xiao Yanzhua's body. Then, the indestructible armor on Xiao Yanzhua's body was torn to pieces. Xiao Yanzhua spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell from the sky like a withered leaf. His body was covered in blood, and he looked extremely miserable. "I'll send you on your last journey." Zhuowen looked down at the falling Xiao Yanzhua, took out a long spear, and threw it at Xiao Yanzhua with extreme speed. "You dare to kill the head of my Xiao Yanzhua family? You're really bold. Get out of my way." A loud roar came from the sky, and then a burst of energy shot out and blocked the long spear. The long spear was deflected, and it swept past Xiao Yanzhua. Looking up, Zhuowen also noticed the figure that swept over from the sky. He said indifferently, "Who are you? How dare you meddle in my business?" The figure was wearing a long robe, and his hair was very short, with both sides of his hair white. He was actually a short-haired old man, and there was a deep scar on the right side of his face, which made him look extremely ferocious. I'm Xiao Yanba, the ancestor of the Xiao Yanzhua family. I think you're really bold. How dare you brazenly kill the people of my Xiao Yanzhua family? Xiao Yanba snorted coldly. At this moment, his figure was still 1,000 miles away, and his voice was spread by Yuan force. You can't stop the people that I, Zhuowen, want to kill. Chapter 929. Bai Mei shows his might, little bastard, how dare you? Xiao Yanba shouted angrily. Unfortunately, he was now 1,000 miles away from Zhuowen. It would take him some time to reach Zhuowen, so he couldn't stop him in time. If you dare to kill Xiao Yanzhua, my Xiaoyan family will not rest until you are dead. Xiao Yanba's voice boomed, but it didn't stop Zhuowen. Instead, he rushed toward Xiao Yanzhua at an even faster speed. Xiao Yanba's eyes widened and he flew into a rage. This kid is too arrogant. I have already said so, but this kid still dares to kill Xiao Yanzhua. He is really lawless. Don't kill me. I swear that if you don't kill me, my Xiaoyan family will not pursue the matter anymore. Xiao Yanzhua screamed. You won't pursue the matter? Although you said so, I still believe a dead person. After saying that, Zhuowen's 6 arms smashed down together. The terrifying force crushed Xiao Yanzhua, who didn't even have the chance to make a sound, exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Xiao Yanzhua's nascent soul was also destroyed by Zhuowen. He didn't survive at all. Zwar! Xiao Yanba roared. His eyes were red, and he arrived above Zhuowen in an instant. He blasted out his right palm, and the icy cold origin energy turned into an ice mountain, crushing down on Zhuowen. Zhuowen turned around and stood quietly. He looked up at the ice mountain that was getting closer and closer, and the corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhuowen. A tyrannical force gushed out, and the terrifying ice mountain was instantly shattered into countless ice shards. The figure that stood in front of Zhuowen wasn't very old. He was about 25 years old, and his face was quite handsome. His eyebrows were pale white. It was Heavenly Master Whitebrow, who had reconstructed his body. Xiao Yanba floated in the air, looking down at Zhuowen and Heavenly Master Whitebrow. He frowned slightly. He actually felt a faint sense of threat from Heavenly Master Whitebrow. Xiao Yanba stared at the white-browed Heavenly Exalt and muttered in a low voice, "Was I mistaken?" However, Xiao Yanba's arrival caused an uproar among the onlookers in Yen City. No one had expected that the ancestor of the Xiaoyan family, Xiao Yanba, who had not shown himself for a long time, would actually appear. It was said that Xiao Yanba's cultivation had reached the early stage of Golden Exalt many years ago. Now, it was impossible for his cultivation to remain the same. He might have reached an even higher level. Even though Xiao Yanba's cultivation had stagnated for many years, his Golden Exalt cultivation alone was enough to make him one of the top experts in Yen City. After all, there were very few Heavenly Exalts in Yen City, and all of them were in the 5 superpowers. The other superpowers didn't have any Heavenly Exalts at all. Therefore, there were very few people below the 5 great powers who dared to offend an existence like Xiao Yanba. When they thought of this, many people looked at Zhuowen with pity. This lad was really unlucky. He had actually killed Xiao Yanzhua in front of Xiao Yanba. This lad's fate would be very miserable. Zhuowen is done for. He actually provoked someone like Xiao Yanba. Even if he doesn't die, he'll still die, Ling Ying said sarcastically in the Ruan family's martial arts arena. Ruan Xianfeng frowned slightly. He hadn't expected that the Xiaoyan family would actually call out their ancestor. They had actually attached so much importance to Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen was standing on the roof of a tiled house with his back straight. The white-browed Heavenly Exalt was standing obediently beside him like a servant. Is your Xiaoyan family that great? It was your Xiaoyan family, Xiaoyan Pu, who provoked me first. The reason why things have developed to this point is that your Xiaoyan family thinks too highly of yourselves. That's why you've ended up like this. A mere late-stage golden exalt martialist. If you don't want the Shaoyan family to be destroyed, I advise you to scram. Zhuo Wen's indifferent voice slowly resounded, causing an uproar to erupt. That was a little too arrogant. Shaoyan Ba was the ancestor of the Shaoyan family. He had an important position in the Shaoyan family. Now, a lad who still smelled of his mother's milk was asking Shaoyan Ba to scram. That was a little too arrogant. Therefore, when Zhuowen said those words, the first thought that came to everyone's mind was that this person was crazy. The second thought was that this lad was simply courting death. In Yen City, no one has ever dared to speak to me like that. You're courting death, Shaoyan Ba said coldly with a chilling gaze. Courting death? You'll know if I'm courting death later. White-browed, kill this noisy person. With a faint smile, Zhuowen instructed white-browed Heavenly Master beside him. Then, he began to collect Shaoyan Zuo's corpse. After all, Shaoyan Zuo was the family head of the Shaoyan family. He had a spiritual ring, so there must be a lot of good things in it. Many martialists rolled their eyes when they saw Zhuowen leisurely collecting Shaoyan Zuo's corpse. However, no one dared to step forward to stop him. The powerful strength that Zhuowen had just displayed was still vivid in their minds. Besides Shaoyan Zuo, Zhuowen naturally did not let go of Moing, who had lost all 4 of his limbs and was already half dead. You're very confident. Do you think that this lad is a match for me? Shaoyan Ba frowned slightly and snorted coldly. Oh? Are you questioning my master's judgment? You're just a mere golden exalt martialist. In my eyes, you're just an ant. How dare you think that I'm not a match for you? White-browed Heavenly Master suddenly smiled. A heavenly aura gushed out. With him as the epicenter, a terrifying gale swept out, and the surrounding space faintly showed signs of collapsing. Heavenly? Heavenly exalt? Shaoyan Ba's face stiffened as if he had seen a ghost. What's going on? Why does Zhuowen have a heavenly exalt martialist by his side? Moreover, white-browed Heavenly Master addressed Zhuowen as Master. Is this heavenly exalt martialist actually this young man's servant? At this moment, Shaoyan Ba was in a mess. He was actually stunned in midair. Not only Shaoyan Ba, but many other martialists in Yen City were also stunned. Some of them even had their mouths wide open. The shock in their eyes was even more intense than Shaoyan Ba's. A heavenly exalt martialist was an overlord in Yen City. It was a supreme existence, and it was also a terrifying existence that was comparable to a sect master. However, such a terrifying existence was actually just a servant of a sovereign martialist. Now, even a fool would know that this young man named Zhuowen had a powerful background. It was so powerful that it made everyone feel suffocated. If even his servant was a heavenly venerable realm powerhouse, then how terrifying was the power behind Zhuowen? It was already unimaginable to them. At this moment, the pity in everyone's eyes when they looked at Zhuowen had already vanished. Instead, it was replaced by deep fear and reverence. Many people even started to look at Shaoyan Ba, who had an ugly expression on his face, with ridicule. Not to mention the power behind this mysterious Zhuowen, just white-browed Heavenly Master alone was enough to make Shaoyan Ba suffer. Young Master Zhuowen, I'm afraid this is a misunderstanding. Are you from the Eastern Land's 9 Netherworld realm? This old man's eyes were blurred and he didn't recognize your identity. I'm really sorry. Shaoyan Ba's attitude suddenly took a 360-degree turn as he cupped his hands and smiled at Zhuowen. Shaoyan Ba's change in attitude obviously shocked everyone. Who was the one who had said that he wanted to kill Zhuowen? Now that Zhuowen's servant had displayed the strength of a heavenly exalt, Shaoyan Ba immediately forced a smile. He was really snobbish. Eastern Land's 9 Netherworld realm? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes when he heard Shaoyan Ba's words. He knew that the 9 Netherworld realm should be the core area of the Eastern Lands. However, he had never heard of it before. It was obvious that only the upper echelons of some major powers knew about it. Moreover, the 9 Netherworld realm was probably filled with experts. Otherwise, Xiaoyan Ba would have immediately linked his origin to the so-called 9 Netherworld realm after seeing that he had a heavenly exalt as a servant. Thinking of this, Zhuowen didn't think too much about the 9 Netherworld realm. He had Xiang Tianzuan and a few other heavenly exalts in his spirit ring. They were all top experts of the Qingxian Empire, and would definitely know about the 9 Netherworld realm. He could ask them when the time came. Misunderstanding? I don't think so. White-browed, kill this noisy guy. Zhuowen ordered lightly. White-browed Heavenly Master laughed sinisterly and rushed toward Xiaoyan Ba. The power of a heavenly exalt was fully displayed. Whoosh! Xiaoyan Ba cursed in his heart. He didn't dare to fight and directly ran away. The difference between a heavenly exalt and a golden exalt was huge. Even if Xiaoyan Ba's cultivation had reached the peak of the golden exalt realm, he was probably no match for an initial heavenly exalt. Only a monstrous genius could challenge someone of a higher realm. Of course, Xiaoyan Ba wasn't such a monstrous genius. He was just a very ordinary golden exalt. If he encountered a heavenly exalt, he would be killed instantly. Do you think you can escape? White-browed Heavenly Master snorted coldly. He leaped and instantly blocked Xiaoyan Ba's path. Without saying a word, he struck out with his palm and mercilessly attacked Xiaoyan Ba. Xiaoyan Ba wasn't strong. He only lasted for a quarter of an hour before being killed by White-browed Heavenly Master. His physical body collapsed, and even his nascent soul wasn't spared. Dead. The ancestor of the Xiaoyan family, Xiaoyan Ba, is dead. The moment Xiaoyan Ba died under White-browed Heavenly Master's palm, all the spectating Yen City warriors were shocked. Everyone knew that the Xiaoyan family was completely finished. From young to old, the Xiaoyan family was almost completely massacred by Zhuowen. Moreover, some of the elite experts were also killed by Zhuowen. The rest were just small fries. There was no doubt that the Xiaoyan family would be completely devoured by the competing forces in the following period of time. After all, the high-ranking warriors were all dead. Even the strongest ancestor, Xiaoyan Ba, had fallen. The Xiaoyan family's destruction was inevitable. Many warriors sighed. The Xiaoyan family was one of the 4 strongest families in Yen City. However, it was destroyed because they offended a young man that they shouldn't have offended. Whoosh! White-browed Heavenly Master returned. At the same time, he brought Xiaoyan Ba's spirit ring and respectfully handed it to Zhuowen. Let's leave this place first. Demon Taoist and Qing Su will be here soon. These two aren't easy to deal with. Chapter 930. 9 Nether Realm. Not long after Zhuowen and the White-brow Heavenly Sovereign left, a figure appeared in the sky with Zui Qingfeng. This person's hair and beard were all white, and he wore a long green and white robe. His face was dignified and dignified. Clear Void Valley's sect master, Qing Shuzi. I didn't expect such a person to come. Some sharp-eyed people below Yen City quickly recognized this white-haired old man. Xiaoyan Ba from the Xiaoyan family is also dead? Could it be that Zhuowen killed him? Qing Shuzi's gaze quickly fell on Xiaoyan Ba's corpse as he muttered with a frown. Sect Master. Xiaoyan Ba wasn't killed by Zhuowen, but by a heavenly sovereign servant by his side, Zui Qingfeng, who was standing behind Qing Shuzi, suddenly said respectfully. Qing Shuzi's eyes narrowed as he replied with some surprise. What did you say? That Zhuowen has a heavenly sovereign servant? A heavenly sovereign expert? Zui Qingfeng nodded. He used the leaf to teleport nearly 1,000 miles away, but he didn't leave completely. Instead, he silently observed Zhuowen from afar. Naturally, he saw the scene of Xiaoyan Ba's death. Sect Master. This Zhuowen's identity isn't ordinary. I'm afraid he's from the 9 Nether Realm. Should we continue to investigate this kid? Zui Qingfeng asked with some hesitation. After witnessing Zhuowen's terrifying strength and the white-brow heavenly sovereign beside him, Zui Qingfeng really didn't want to make an enemy out of Zhuowen. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. He was truly afraid of that Zhuowen. Someone from the Nine Nether Realm? I don't think that's possible. The Nine Nether Realm is the core of the Eastern Lands. That's the real world of the Eastern Lands. Why would anyone be willing to come to such a remote place like our Yanxian Empire? Didn't you say it before? That Zhuowen has a heavenly sovereign nascent soul. From the looks of it, this kid has a secret technique that allowed him to restore the physical body of a heavenly sovereign nascent soul. The price should be for the heavenly sovereign nascent soul to recognize him as its master. Qing Shuzi's eyes flashed with wisdom. He pointed out the crux of the matter with just one sentence. Zui Qingfeng felt that it made sense. What kind of place was the Nine Nether Realm? The martial artists there disdained to come to this remote corner. Whoosh! Suddenly, an endless amount of black fog surged over from the sky. Immediately, the black fog descended, forming an inverted funnel shape. Finally, a proud figure with black hair and black eyes appeared. Qing Shuzi. What about Zhuowen? The figure arrived in front of Qing Su and questioned him rudely. That little bastard got away. Qing Su coldly snorted and asked Zui Qingfeng to repeat what had just happened. Demon Daoist's face gradually darkened. You said that Mo Ying's limbs were cut off by Zhuowen? Demon Daoist coldly snorted. His gaze quickly locked onto a deep pit below. Inside the pit, Mo Ying's aura was dispirited. His limbs were broken, and he had fallen into a state of delirium. Demon Daoist came to Mo Ying's side and pointed his sword finger at the center of his forehead. A surge of origin energy surged into Mo Ying's body, causing the originally delirious Mo Ying to regain his consciousness. Even his dantian was crippled? During the process of injecting origin energy, Demon Daoist quickly discovered that Mo Ying's dantian had become extremely shriveled. It was obvious that he was completely crippled. At this moment, Demon Daoist's face was extremely ugly. If Mo Ying's limbs were only broken, he might have a way to restore them. But with his dantian crippled, even he was helpless. Palace Master, you must avenge me. That Zhuowen destroyed me and turned me into a complete cripple. You must avenge me. Mo Ying's face was ferocious as he roared. Demon Daoist took a deep breath. The coldness in his eyes became even more intense. He indifferently said, Don't worry. I won't let that Zhuowen go. Mo Ying, you're already a cripple now. Living is also painful. Why don't I send you on your way? After speaking, Demon Daoist pressed his right hand on Mo Ying's forehead. A surge of origin energy invaded Mo Ying's mind. Mo Ying struggled a few times before completely losing his breath. Looking at Demon Daoist's actions, Qing Su and Zui Qingfeng both felt a chill. Demon Daoist's style of doing things was becoming more and more like a devil. Just because Mo Ying became a cripple, he didn't hesitate to kill him. Yen City is so big now. Finding a person is like finding a needle in a haystack. Demon Daoist arrived in front of Qing Su and indifferently said. Qing Su faintly smiled and said, You don't need to worry about that. My Qing Su Valley has a lot of disciples and most of the businesses in Yen City are bought by my Qing Su Valley disciples. As long as I make an announcement in the valley and mobilize all the disciples in Yen City, that Zhuowen won't be able to escape. Unless he doesn't stay in the inn. Among the 5 superpowers, your Qing Su Valley has the most disciples. You're really recruiting just about anyone. This is also your Qing Su Valley's style. Demon Daoist's gaze was somewhat disdainful. Among the 5 superpowers, the Qing Su Valley has the lowest requirement to recruit disciples. Therefore, they have the most disciples in the valley. Moreover, in order to expand their influence, the Qing Su Valley recruited many nominal disciples. These nominal disciples didn't have the qualifications to enter the Qing Su Valley. They only had the Qing Su Valley's name. In Yen City, the Qing Su Valley had a lot of nominal disciples. Moreover, many of them bought businesses and did business in Yen City. because of the Qing Su Valley's name, the businesses of these nominal disciples were extremely prosperous. It was because of the existence of these nominal disciples that the Qing Su Valley was the most well-informed among the 5 superpowers. Even the most powerful royal family couldn't compare to the Qing Su Valley in terms of information. Then hurry up and spread the news. If that Zhuowen leaves Yen City because of a misunderstanding, then it'll really be difficult for us to find him. Demon Taoist nodded his head and said in agreement. Qing Su and Demon Taoist chatted for a while before leaving this place, leaving behind many speculations and discussions of Yen City's martial artists. The main character of their discussion was naturally Zhuowen, who had just displayed his invincible might. The main character of this incident, Zhuowen, had already quietly returned to the inn he was staying at. After discovering that there was no one following him outside the inn, Zhuowen locked the door and asked the White Brow Heavenly Sovereign, "White Brow, do you know about the 9 Netherworld realm?" The White Brow Heavenly Sovereign wasn't surprised by Zhuowen's question. After all, Xiaoyanba had already mentioned it before. It would be strange if Zhuowen didn't ask. "I've heard of the 9 Netherworld realm. However, I don't know much about it. Zhang Tianzuan knows more about it than I do," the White Brow Heavenly Sovereign calmly said. Upon hearing this, Zhuowen flicked his finger and a ball of light appeared in the room. Within the ball of light was naturally Zhang Tianzuan's nascent soul. "Greetings, Master." Zhang Tianzuan respectfully cupped his hands towards Zhuowen. Soon after, his gaze landed on the White Brow Heavenly Sovereign beside Zhuowen as he asked somewhat uncertainly, "Your White Brow?" The White Brow Heavenly Sovereign smiled and said, "Master and Master Long have successfully helped me reconstruct my physical body. Congratulations." Zhang Tianzuan somewhat enviously stared at the White Brow Heavenly Sovereign. He somewhat believed Zhuowen's promise to reconstruct his physical body. "You don't have to be envious. Once I gather enough materials, I'll get Xiao He to help you reconstruct your physical body." Zhuowen naturally saw the envy on Zhang Tianzuan's face and chuckled. "Thank you, Master." Zhang Tianzuan hurriedly bowed and continued, "I wonder why Master has summoned me." Zhuowen lightly knocked on the armrest with his right hand and said indifferently, "You should know about the 9 Netherworld realm, right? Can you tell me about the 9 Netherworld realm? Also, how did Emperor Qing plan to bring the 5 spots to the God Academy?" Zhang Tianzuan was startled at first, but then he remembered that Zhuowen came from a lowly family, so it was understandable that he didn't know about this. Following Zhang Tianzuan's narration, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he had a deeper understanding of the 9 Netherworld realm. The 9th Netherworld realm was the core area of the Eastern lands. It was said that it occupied 1/3 of the Eastern lands, while the remaining 2/3 were scattered with scattered forces. For example, the Qing Xian Empire and the Yan Xian Empire were members of these scattered forces. As the core area of the Eastern lands, the 9 Netherworld realm was filled with experts and forces. It was unknown how much more prosperous it was compared to other regions. It was said that there were saint experts in the 9 Netherworld realm. The 9 Netherworld realm, as its name implied, was divided into 9 regions. Each region had countless forces, and emperor-level experts could be seen everywhere. It could be said that an ordinary cultivator in the 9 Netherworld realm would be a top expert in the Qing Xian Empire. This was the difference between them. The 9 regions naturally had their own names. They were the Dragon Netherworld realm, the Divine Netherworld realm, the Martial Netherworld realm, the Flower Netherworld realm, the Desolate Netherworld realm, the Death Netherworld realm, the Killing Netherworld realm, the Demon Netherworld realm, and the Night Netherworld realm. These 9 regions were called the 9 Netherworld realm. It is said that the reason why the 9 Netherworld realm is divided like this is mainly because there is a saint in each region. The 9 Netherworld realms are also named after the saints in the Netherworld realm. At this point, Emperor Ziyang hesitated for a moment before continuing, The Dragon Serene Realm is the territory of the Azure Dragon Main Hall, and the Main Hall's Hall Master, Long Xing, is a renowned saint and extremely powerful. The Azure Dragon Main Hall is in the Dragon Netherworld Realm? Hearing this, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. It seemed that the Dragon Netherworld Realm was not a good place for him. He was a descendant of the Ryuka, and was the mortal enemy of the Blue Dragon Hall. In addition, Xiao Hei's character was not low. If the people of the Dragon Netherworld Realm found out about his identity, he would definitely be hunted down and killed. Since the Blue Dragon Hall is in the 9 Netherworld Realm, does that mean the Fine Gods Academy is also in there? Zhuowen asked again. Ziyang Tianzuan nodded and said, the Fine Gods Academy is divided into the outer courtyard and the inner courtyard. The outer courtyard is not in the 9 Netherworld Realm, but the mysterious inner courtyard is in the divine Netherworld Realm. It is said that the Dean of the inner courtyard is also a powerful saint, and is famous throughout the 9 Netherworld Realm. Outer courtyard and inner courtyard? Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. He had heard about the outer courtyard from Moyan Wushang. Moyan Wushang's identity was not ordinary, and seemed to have some relationship with the upper echelons of the outer courtyard. The outer courtyard that Moyan Wushang mentioned should be the outer courtyard of the Fine Gods Academy. In other words, the entrance exam this time is to enter the outer courtyard of the Fine Gods Academy? Zhuowen asked seriously. Chapter 931. Replace, then how does the Qing Xian Empire send the geniuses participating in the entrance exam to the outer court of the Jiaxin Academy? Zhuowen asked curiously. Master, there are actually many forces outside the 9 Netherworld Realm that cooperate with the outer court of the Jiaxin Academy. For example, the Qing Xian Empire has a teleportation array that leads to the vicinity of the outer court. Furthermore, only the Qing Emperor of the Qing Xian Empire knows how to activate the teleportation array. Therefore, only the Emperor of the Empire has the means to bring you to the outer court. In fact, it's the same in the Yan Xian Empire. If you want to go to the outer court, you can only ask the Flame Emperor to bring you there, Ziyang Tianzuan said respectfully. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and muttered, this matter is indeed related to the Flame Emperor. However, I'm not from the Yan Xian Empire. I'm afraid the Flame Emperor won't bring me to the outer court, right? Kid. Actually, there's a way that can allow you to easily obtain a slot to the outer court. Xiao Hei appeared in Zhuowen's sea of consciousness and floated in front of Zhuowen with her hands on her hips. Greetings, Master Long. When Xiao Hei appeared, Ziyang Tianzuan and the White-Brow Heavenly Master both revealed flattering smiles and fawning expressions. Back when they were in the Spirit Ring, they had been taught a lesson by Xiao Hei. Now that they saw Xiao Hei, they were like mice that had seen a cat. What method? Zhuowen asked. Xiao Hei's eyes flickered and said, didn't you cripple the demon shadow? Moreover, the demon shadow is one of the 5 people participating in the entrance exam from the Yan Xian Empire. You mean you want me to replace the demon shadow? Zhuowen's eyes brightened as he asked. Yes. You can cooperate with the demon Dao and ask him to give the demon shadow slot to you, Xiao Hei said with a mischievous smile. However, Zhuowen shook his head and said, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The demon shadow was crippled by me. The demon Dao probably hates me to the core. Why would he give the demon shadow slot to me? Brat. If you currently have the protection of 5 heavenly sovereigns, apart from the Flame Emperor, who would dare to offend you in Yen City? Even Master Demon would have to yield, Xiao Hei said indifferently. Zhuowen nodded. However, if he wanted to completely reconstruct the bodies of the other 4 Empyreans, he would need an enormous amount of materials. With Zhuowen's current wealth, it would be difficult to accomplish. Thinking of this, Zhuowen took out a few spirit rings from his bosom. These spirit rings were taken from Xiaoyan Zhua, Mo Ying, and Xiaoyan Ba. Moreover, he had already checked the contents of these 3 spirit rings. Although there were many spirit stones inside, according to his estimation, they were only enough to reconstruct another body. Xiaoyan Ba is the ancestor of the Xiaoyan family. I'm afraid that he controls most of the Xiaoyan family's assets. Little brat, take a look inside Xiaoyan Ba's spirit ring and see if there's anything like a key. Xiao He suddenly suggested. Nodding his head, Zhuowen carefully rummaged through Xiaoyan Ba's spirit ring. Soon, he noticed that in the corner of the spirit ring, there was a rusty iron key. Could it be this key? Looking at the rusty iron key in his palm, Zhuowen's mouth twitched as he muttered to himself. It's possible. You can try going to the Xiaoyan family. Xiao He chuckled. Then I'll go and try. With a soft sigh, Zhuowen put away the metal key, opened the door, and quietly left the inn. The white-brow Empyrean was left behind by Zhuowen in the inn. After all, if the two of them entered the Xiaoyan family together, they would be too big of a target. It would not be beneficial for Zhuowen to infiltrate. As night slowly descended, the Xiaoyan family in Yen City was currently in a state of chaos. News of Xiaoyan Ba and Xiaoyan's was deaths had already spread throughout Yen City. Naturally, the Xiaoyan family had also heard about it. Xiaoyan Zhuo was the patriarch of the Xiaoyan family, and Xiaoyan Ba was the ancestor of the Xiaoyan family. The two of them were the core figures of the Xiaoyan family and also the highest leaders. However, these two important figures had actually died at the same time. Furthermore, Xiaoyan Qinglin and Xiaoyan Pu, the two geniuses of the Xiaoyan family, had also died. In an instant, the originally prosperous Xiaoyan family began to fall into chaos. The guards that were originally patrolling the Xiaoyan family also stopped patrolling. Everyone in the Xiaoyan family was in a state of panic. Right now, the Xiaoyan family was like a fishing net full of holes. Zhuowen did not have to spend much effort to enter the Xiaoyan family. After capturing a few guards and interrogating them about the location of Xiaoyan Ba's loft, Zhuowen arrived in front of a luxurious building, without any obstructions. Xiaoyan Ba's loft was more like a palace than a loft. There were pavilions, terraces, and pavilions everywhere. It occupied a very large area. Guards and maids were everywhere in the corridors between the pavilions. However, the guards and maids inside seemed to be in a state of panic. They had all heard rumors about Xiaoyan Ba. They really could not imagine that such a terrifying person like Xiaoyan Ba would actually die. This matter had a huge impact on the Xiaoyan family. "Who is it?" A loud shout was heard. One of the guards in the corridor discovered Zhuowen's figure and pointed his spear at Zhuowen. His eyes were filled with vigilance. Zhuowen no longer concealed his figure. He waved his right hand and a terrifying astral wind swept out. The guard was caught off guard and was sent flying. He crashed into a pillar and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with fear. The young man in front of him was terrifying. With just a wave of his hand, he was sent flying. He knew that this young man was not someone he could contend against. Whoosh! Zhuowen lifted the guard up and coldly said, "Take me to Xiaoyan Ba's loft or die. Sir, please spare me. This lowly one will take you there. I only beg you not to kill me," the guard said while trembling. "As long as you take me there, I won't kill you," Zhuowen said indifferently. The guard was submissive and did not dare to disobey Zhuowen. He led Zhuowen to Xiaoyan Ba's loft. Along the way they encountered other guards, but they were unable to stop Zhuowen. Many of them were even killed by Zhuowen. The guard who led the way for Zhuowen became more and more shocked. He had a new understanding of the strength of the young man behind him. He no longer dared to reveal some of the thoughts in his heart. Instead, he calmly led the way for Zhuowen. Xiaoyan Ba's loft was located at the highest point of the palace-like building. After the guard led Zhuowen there, he said with a trembling voice, "Sir, this is the Patriarch's loft. Do you think I am the one?" "Scram," Zhuowen said indifferently. The guard felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders, and he hurriedly left the place in a dejected manner. "I wonder if Xiaoyan Ba placed the Xiaoyan family's wealth in his loft?" As he spoke, Zhuowen stepped into the loft. He had to admit that Xiaoyan Ba really knew how to enjoy life. The loft was extremely luxurious, much more so than the palaces in his previous life. The loft was filled with thick stone pillars that were inlaid with dazzling luminous pearls. As he went deeper into the loft, a few coquettish laughter suddenly entered Zhuowen's ears. "There are women?" Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. There were layers of gauze covering the area. With Zhuowen's eyesight, he could naturally see that behind the gauze was an enormous round bed. On the bed, there were 3 young women with voluptuous figures, covered by gauze. They were frolicking inside. This Xiaoyan really knows how to enjoy life. With a cold smile, Zhuowen walked straight to the bed in front of him. With a wave of his right hand, the gauze in front of him shattered, revealing the bed. "Patriarch, you're so naughty. Why did you only come back now?" The 3 young women laughed coquettishly. Naturally, they also noticed the abnormality of the gauze. Their crisp voices, like those of orioles, were extremely charming. However, when the 3 young women saw that the one who appeared in front of them was not Xiaoyan, but a young man with cold eyes, they were first startled, then they all fell silent. "Who are you?" Among the 3 young women, the one with the most revealing clothes, the oldest one pointed at Zhuowen and shouted, "Tell me where Xiaoyan's personal storage is." The 3 young women in front of him were good-looking and had enchanting figures. Now that they were wearing revealing clothes, if an ordinary man saw this scene, his blood would rush to his head. Although Zhuowen felt a little strange, his eyes were still cold. He was not moved by the 3 young women. Zhuowen knew that these 3 young women were Xiaoyan's concubines, so they must know a lot about Xiaoyan's private matters. "You dare to trespass into the Patriarch's loft? Are you looking for death? If the Patriarch comes back, you'll definitely die," the young woman said coldly. Zhuowen laughed and said, "Xiaoyan is already dead. How can he settle the score with me? Now I'll give you 3 a chance. If you tell me where Xiaoyan's personal storage is, I'll spare your lives and set you free. Otherwise, you'll die." At this point, a substantial killing intent emitted from Zhuowen's eyes, causing the 3 young women to tremble and turn pale. "The Patriarch is dead?" The 3 young women cried out in alarm and trembled. "I'll count to 3. If you don't tell me, then all of you will die," Zhuowen said coldly. The oldest young woman gritted her teeth and said, "I'll take you there, but I beg you not to kill us." The 3 young women were only ordinary martial artists. They had only obtained Xiaoyan's favor because of their outstanding looks, so they had no power to resist Zhuowen's threat. "Take me there." Zhuowen nodded and said, "Then you come with me." The young woman got up and led Zhuowen to the other side of the loft. Zhuowen slowly followed behind the young woman. Whether it was intentional or not, the young woman standing in front of him did not wear a coat. She was still wearing a thin gauze dress. Her snow-white skin was faintly discernible under the gauze, which had a different kind of seduction. Zhuowen didn't care about this woman's actions or intentions. Instead, he silently followed behind her without making a sound. "We're here. There's a secret door behind this hidden compartment. If you want to go in, you must have the Patriarch's key. Otherwise, you can't go in at all." Chapter 932. Plunder. Zhuowen nodded. With a flick of his finger, he took out the rusty key from his spirit ring and inserted it into the lock. With a slight twist, the sound of gears rotating could be heard, and the secret door in front of him was completely opened. The woman looked at the key in Zhuowen's hand, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. This key was the key to Xiaoyan's warehouse. This key had always been kept by Xiaoyan. Even as Xiaoyan's beloved concubine, she only had the chance to see it once in a while. But now, this extremely important key had appeared in the hands of this young man in front of her. It was obvious that Xiaoyan was most likely dead. Thinking of this, the woman treated Zhuowen with even more respect. After all, the person in front of her could be the powerful existence that killed Xiaoyan. She didn't dare to offend him. "Xiaoyan is dead. You and your 2 sisters are free now. You can leave the Xiaoyan family on your own." Also, don't talk about this place. Otherwise, I won't show you any mercy. Zhuowen said to the woman beside him and entered the secret door. In fact, with Zhuowen's current strength, he wasn't afraid of other people from the Xiaoyan family breaking in. This sentence was only a warning. Moreover, Zhuowen didn't want to cause any more trouble. Looking at Zhuowen's indifferent departure, the woman's beautiful eyes dimmed. Looking at her hot clothes and Zhuowen's cold attitude, she began to doubt her own charm. This was a large warehouse. In the warehouse, there were actually piles of crystal-clear spiritual stones. The entire warehouse was filled with spiritual energy. Other than spiritual stones, there were many spiritual treasures in the warehouse. However, most of these spiritual treasures were earth-rank spiritual treasures. There were only a few heaven-rank spiritual treasures. This Xiaoyan family's foundation is pretty good. They actually have so many spirit stones. There are even high-grade spirit stones among them. Blackie appeared on Zhuowen's shoulder. Its small eyes rolled as it spoke. This time, I'm rich. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. With a wave of his right hand, he collected all the spirit stones in the warehouse into his spirit ring. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, Zhuowen had basically moved all the spirit stones in this huge warehouse. What was worth noting was that Zhuowen's spirit ring was actually unable to store all the spirit stones in the warehouse, so he had to use Xiaoyanba's spirit ring. 2 spirit rings were barely able to store all the spirit stones in the warehouse, and the number of spirit stones was extremely shocking. Even Zhuowen was a little surprised. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, and 5 million low-grade spirit stones. Good heavens, the inventory is actually so abundant! After checking the number of spirit stones in the spirit ring, Zhuowen and Xiao He were stunned for a moment. Soon after, ecstasy appeared on their faces. Brat! Other than the spirit stones, don't let go of the spirit treasures in here. Although these spirit treasures are not of a high grade, if you don't use them, you can leave them for your Zhuo family's disciples. Even if they are not of a high grade, you can still sell them for spirit stones. Xiao He pointed at the various spirit treasures placed around the warehouse with a sly smile on his face. Zhuowen nodded. After experiencing several crises in the Zhuo family, Zhuowen also planned to develop the Zhuo family. When the Zhuo family had reached a certain level of strength, he would change Zhuowen into a Ryuka and recreate the glory of the Ryuka from 10,000 years ago. However, Zhuowen also knew that if he wanted to develop the Zhuo family into a powerful force in the Eastern Land, it was not something that could be done overnight. This road had to be walked step by step. Thinking of this, Zhuowen worked even harder to collect the remaining spiritual treasures, spiritual herbs, and other resources in the warehouse. Zhuowen put them all into the spiritual ring. In just a moment, the 3 spiritual rings were filled. After he was done, Zhuowen left Xiaoyanba's palace in satisfaction. However, just as he stepped out of the palace, Zhuowen keenly sensed that there were many figures with powerful auras surrounding the Xiaoyan clan. These figures were faintly divided into 3 groups. They were wary of each other and entered the Xiaoyan clan from 3 different directions. Ah! Immediately, shrill screams rang out from the Xiaoyan clan. Then, flames rose around the Xiaoyan clan. Someone was actually setting a fire in the night. Whoosh! Whoosh! Figures with powerful auras surged in the night sky and entered the Xiaoyan family like ghosts. Every time they flickered, they would take away a warrior of the Xiaoyan family. The Xiaoyan family, which was originally in a state of panic because of the death of Xiaoyanba and Xiaoyanzhua, was now in complete chaos. The members of the Xiaoyan family did not expect that at this critical juncture, someone would take the opportunity to invade their family. A total of 3 forces entered the Xiaoyan family. I'm afraid that these 3 forces should be the other 3 major families in Yan City. The Xiaoyan family is finished. I'm afraid that this time they will be completely annihilated. Xiao He gloated. Zhuowen shrugged. Yan City was not a good place to begin with. Moreover, the 4 major families were in a competitive relationship. Once one of them declined, the other three families would definitely join forces to suppress it. Now that the Shaoyan family had offended Zhuowen, not only were all the high-ranking warriors of the family killed, but even key figures like the family head and ancestor were also killed. It was impossible for the other three families to not take action. If Shaoyan Ba had not died, the other three families would not have taken action so easily. Unfortunately, Shaoyan Ba was dead. Therefore, the other three families naturally did not have any scruples. Thinking of this, Zhuowen shook his head. There was no pity in his heart. After all of this was the Shaoyan family's own fault. Now that they were annihilated, it was retribution. Swoosh! Swoosh! Just as Zhuowen was about to leave, more than a dozen figures surrounded Zhuowen. Numerous pairs of sharp eyes stared fixedly at Zhuowen. In front of these dozen figures, a young man with a refined smile on his lips stared indifferently at Zhuowen. This young man was no stranger to Zhuowen. It was actually Wu Zongxing of the Wu clan who had bought the star's sword from his stall when he had set up a stall in Yen City. However, Zhuowen had set up the stall in disguise. Therefore, Wu Zongxing did not recognize Zhuowen. "Brother, I'm sorry. Where do you want to go?" Wu Zongxing said with a faint smile. Zhuowen's lips curled up. He spread out his hands and said, "Brother Wu, I am not from the Shaoyan family. If it is convenient, let me go. I don't want to hurt the relationship between the Wu clan and me." Wu Zongxing raised his eyebrows. He was somewhat surprised by the attitude of this young man in front of him. He was surrounded by more than a dozen people and could still be so calm. This young man was not ordinary. "Brother, you are very confident. Our strength is not ordinary. Brother, do you think you can escape from us?" Wu Zongxing said in a somewhat mocking tone. "Escape?" Zhuowen shook his head and continued, "I am afraid that I will accidentally kill all of them. At that time, I am afraid that Brother Wu will lose face." Wu Zongxing's face stiffened. He stared sharply at Zhuowen. This young man in front of him was very arrogant. He actually dared to say such big words. What an arrogant person! You actually dare to say that you will kill all of us. I think that you really don't know how the word death is written. A burly man coldly snorted. He was so angry that his hair stood on end. His temper was irritable. He actually took the initiative to send a palm strike towards Zhuowen. He wanted to completely kill the latter. Wu Zongxing did not stop him. This burly man was an expert from the Wu clan. His cultivation was at the ultimate ninth wheel emperor stage, and he was quite famous in Yen City. Wu Zongxing was also somewhat displeased by the arrogant words of the young man in front of him. Therefore, he did not stop the burly man. Zhuowen coldly smiled. His right hand made a grabbing motion in the air. The burly man was shocked to discover that his attack had collapsed. What was even more shocking was that a strange suction force came from below, causing him to involuntarily fall down. With a stomp of his foot, Zhuowen's right hand grabbed the burly man's arm. With a casual squeeze, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The burly man's right arm was instantly dislocated. Zhuowen then flung his right hand, causing the burly man to fall flat on his face. With a foot on the burly man's body, Zhuowen indifferently said to Wu Zongxing, "This is my warning. If you still dare to obstruct or provoke me, I will kill you." As the word "kill" was uttered, an extremely terrifying aura gushed out from Zhuowen's body. The ground beneath his feet instantly crumbled and debris floated up. A monstrous killing intent leaked out from Zhuowen's eyes, causing Wu Zongxing and the others to feel a chill in their hearts. This young man in front of them was definitely not joking. If they really dared to act recklessly, this person would definitely not be merciful. Moreover, he had the strength to do so. "Brother, this is just a misunderstanding. Since you are not a member of the Shaoyan family, then brother, please feel free to leave. We will not stop you." Wu Zongxing smiled politely. Zhuowen gave Wu Zongxing a deep look. With a stomp of his foot, 3 pairs of lightning wings grew out from his back. He turned into a bolt of lightning and brushed past Wu Zongxing, instantly disappearing into the horizon. This person is not old, but his strength is actually so terrifying. I'm afraid that his cultivation is at least in the Xuanzuan realm. As soon as Zhuowen left, the more than 10 people behind Wu Zongxing all let out a light sigh of relief. Each of their faces revealed a look of shock. As for the burly man who was stepped on by Zhuowen, he returned to the group with an ashamed look on his face. He did not dare to speak anymore. Just now, he had lost all his face. How could he still have the face to speak? 3 pairs of lightning wings? I heard that in the sky above the Ruan family, Xiaoyan Qinglin and Xiaoyan Zhua of the Xiaoyan family were killed by a young man named Zhuowen. Moreover, it is said that Zhuowen also possesses a secret technique that can give birth to 3 pairs of lightning wings. Wu Zongxing's eyes flickered. He deeply looked at the back of Zhuowen as he muttered in a low voice. His voice was not loud, but the more than 10 people around him heard it clearly. Instantly, the atmosphere between them became extremely quiet. Gulp! The sound of swallowing saliva slowly rang out. The one who made this sound was the burly man who had provoked Zhuowen earlier. They were not unfamiliar with the name Zhuowen. The number 1 genius of the Xiaoyan family, Xiaoyan Qinglin, and the head of the family, Xiaoyan Zhua, had both died at the hands of Zhuowen. Moreover, the ancestor of the Xiaoyan family, Xiaoyan Ba, had also died because of Zhuowen. This was because Zhuowen had a terrifyingly powerful heavenly sovereign expert by his side. It was said that this heavenly sovereign expert was also Zhuowen's servant. Chapter 933. 5 great heavenly sovereign slaves. The next day, a major piece of news spread throughout Yan City. This news was related to the Xiaoyan aristocratic family. It was said that the Xiaoyan aristocratic family had been completely annihilated last night, and their mansion had basically been plundered. This news was extremely sensational in Yan City. Regardless of whether it was the streets or the taverns, most of the practitioners were discussing this news regarding the annihilation of the Xiaoyan aristocratic family. Most of their faces were filled with shock. The Xiaoyan aristocratic family had stood tall in Yan City for nearly 100 years. Such an old and powerful family had actually been completely eradicated overnight. No one would be able to believe such a thing. Once this news was released, everyone's target was the mysterious young man, Zhuowen. Many of the practitioners in Yan City had clearly witnessed yesterday's great battle. Not only had the mysterious youth called Zhuowen single-handedly taken on many of the upper echelon practitioners of the Xiaoyan aristocratic family, he had also killed them one by one. Even the family head, Xiaoyan Zhua, had been killed. What was even more shocking was that this youth actually had a heavenly sovereign slave by his side. The Xiaoyan aristocratic family's old ancestor, Xiaoyan Ba, had originally hurriedly rushed over to denounce Zhuowen and even wanted to deal with him. However, he had been killed by Zhuowen's heavenly sovereign slave. In a short period of time, the core members of the Xiaoyan aristocratic family had all been killed because of Zhuowen alone. The decline of the Xiaoyan aristocratic family was only a matter of time. However, the speed at which the Xiaoyan aristocratic family was annihilated had far exceeded everyone's expectations. In addition, the core members of the Xiaoyan aristocratic family had all been killed because of Zhuowen. It was obvious that the faction behind Zhuowen was the one that had destroyed the Xiaoyan aristocratic family. Therefore, as such rumors spread, the expressions of many of the practitioners in Yan City changed when they talked about Zhuowen. In particular, they all appeared very cautious when they mentioned Zhuowen's name. After walking out of the tavern, Zhuowen discovered that all the practitioners in every corner of Yan City were actually discussing him. Some of their guesses were even more outrageous. They actually described Zhuowen as an incomparably evil demon who had single-handedly annihilated the Xiaoyan aristocratic family. With regards to these extremely unreliable guesses, Zhuowen could only shake his head and dismiss them with a smile. If these practitioners knew that the youth who had walked past them was the main character of their heated discussion, who knew what they would feel in their hearts? "And, kid, someone seems to be following you." Xiao Xiao of a family's voice suddenly sounded in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen nodded. With his enormous perception, he had long since discovered that he was being followed. Moreover, there was more than one person following him. This was because he had discovered that there were faintly discernible gazes being cast at him from all directions. However, a family aristocratic family, was a family aristocratic family sect family of family a family sect family of a family clan clan of Lin family of family. Let's see what they can do to me after I reconstruct the physical bodies of the 5 great Tianzuans. After secretly saying this in his heart, Zhuowen arrived at the entrance of a remote alleyway. Soon after, he transformed into a shadow and disappeared from the alleyway. The several people who were originally watching Zhuowen walked out from different corners and also entered the alleyway. Soon after, these people once again appeared at the entrance of the alleyway. Their expressions were extremely ugly. This was because the moment Zhuowen entered the alleyway, it was as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. On the bustling street, a sickly-looking youth with a sallow complexion strolled among the crowd. Although this person walked in an unconcerned manner, he would always stop for a while when he passed by some stalls. After haggling with the stall owner, he would buy a considerable amount of materials from the stall owner. Among these materials, there was no lack of precious and expensive materials. This person's actions attracted the attention of several practitioners, who whispered to each other as to why this person was buying so many materials. This waxen-faced youth was Zhuowen, who had changed his appearance. He knew that the Clear Void Valley had planted quite a few spies in Yen City. Therefore, after evading the pursuit of those people from before, Zhuowen had changed his appearance. Last night, Zhuowen had just taken a lot of spirit stones from the Shaoyan aristocratic family's warehouse. Therefore, he was extremely wealthy. Therefore, under Xiao Hei's guidance, he bought all of the materials needed to reconstruct the physical body. These materials cost Zhuowen more than 100,000 middle-tier spirit stones. However, compared to the millions of spirit stones he had, these spirit stones were merely a drop in the ocean. After collecting the materials, Zhuowen returned to the inn. After opening the door, Zhuowen let Xiao Hei out and said, "Xiao Hei, I'll have to trouble you this time." Xiao Hei nodded and said, "Take out the nascent souls of Ziyang Tianzuan and the other 3, as well as all of the materials we bought today." Upon hearing this, Zhuowen flicked his finger and released Ziyang Tianzuan, Guanghan Heavenly Sovereign, Shiyu Heavenly Sovereign and Huang Jiao Heavenly Sovereign from his spirit ring. The materials he bought today were piled up in a corner of the room like a small mountain. "I'm afraid that it will take a month to reconstruct the physical bodies of these 4. You and White Brow must remember to stand guard for me." Xiao Hei glanced at Zhuowen and White Brow, and her voice became extremely serious. Zhuowen and White Brow naturally did not dare to be negligent. Ziyang Tianzuan and the other 3 also knew that Xiao Hei was preparing to reconstruct their physical bodies. They were all overjoyed and excited. Being unable to do anything while in the nascent soul state was not a pleasant feeling. "Then let's begin." As she spoke, strands of dark energy surged out of Xiao Hei's body. The materials piled up in the corner of the room surged out one after another. Then, following the dark energy, they enveloped the nascent souls of Ziyang Tianzuan and the other 3. Not long after, the nascent souls of Ziyang Tianzuan and the other 3 were already submerged by the dark energy and turned into 4 huge black eggs. This scene was almost exactly the same as when White Brow's body was reconstructed. Zhuowen and White Brow silently looked at the 4 huge eggs in the room. They did not disturb Xiao Hei. Time flew by and a month passed very quickly. Finally, on this day, the 4 giant eggs in the room finally showed signs of movement. Crack! The first huge black egg cracked open, and a graceful body appeared before everyone's eyes. The first one to come out was Heavenly Venerable Shiyu. At this moment, Heavenly Venerable Shiyu's body was naked, and she seemed a little shy. She used the black eggshell to cover the important parts. Zhuowen flicked his finger and threw a palace uniform to Heavenly Venerable Shiyu. Then, he waved his right hand and covered the small space where Heavenly Venerable Shiyu was, making it easier for her to change. Not long after, Heavenly Venerable Shiyu walked out in her palace uniform. Although Heavenly Venerable Shiyu was not extremely beautiful, her somewhat round face was quite pleasing to the eye. In particular, the blush on her cheeks added a hint of charm to her temperament, which made Zhuowen and White Brow's eyes light up. Shiyu greets Master. Heavenly Venerable Shiyu came in front of Zhuowen and bowed. There was a hint of ripples in her eyes. However, Zhuowen only nodded slightly and said, "Stand behind me first. The other 3 should be done soon." Heavenly Venerable Shiyu's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of resentment when she saw Zhuowen's attitude. She nodded and obediently stood behind Zhuowen. Her pair of clear eyes stared at the 3 huge eggs in the room. Crack! Crack! Another 2 eggshells cracked, and Heavenly Venerable Huang Jiao and Heavenly Venerable Guanghan walked out of the huge eggs at the same time. Both of them had a trace of confusion on their faces. After putting on their clothes, they stood respectfully beside Zhuowen, waiting for Ziyang Tianzuan to hatch. Ziyang Tianzuan was the strongest among the 5 of them. At the same time, he was also the most talented. If Ziyang Tianzuan hadn't been killed by Zhuowen, he might have successfully broken through to the Emperor realm in a few years. Zhuowen was also looking forward to the birth of Ziyang Tianzuan. After all, he was an expert at the peak of the Heavenly Venerable realm. If there were some opportunities, there was a high chance that he could break through to the Emperor realm. Zhuowen had to pay attention to him. Crack! Finally, the last huge black egg cracked, and a purple light surged out of it. Then, a young man with a Ziyang tattoo on his back slowly walked out. After putting on the clothes that Zhuowen handed to him, Ziyang Tianzuan bowed slightly to Zhuowen and Xiao He. His attitude was respectful and grateful. Good. Now that the 5 of you are here, it's time to meet Demon Dao and Qing Su. As he looked at the 5 great heavenly sovereigns behind him, Zhuowen's heart was filled with pride. With these 5 great heavenly sovereigns in addition to his own terrifying strength, there was no one in Yen City who could stop him other than the royal family's Yen Emperor. Boom! After saying that, Zhuowen stomped his foot and broke through the roof of the inn. He rose into the sky and looked down at the countless cultivators below. He shouted, "Qing Su, Demon Dao! Zhuowen is here! Get out here!" The thunderous voice exploded in the sky above Yen City, spreading throughout the entire Yen City. "What's going on?" Someone actually asked Qing Su and Demon Dao to get out here. Did I hear wrongly? It's Zhuowen, the mysterious young man who destroyed the Shaoyan family a month ago. He's so arrogant. He actually dared to openly provoke Qing Su and Demon Dao. Is he courting death? An uproar spread in every corner of Yen City. Soon after, all the cultivators' gazes gathered on Zhuowen's body in the sky. Their gazes were filled with a strange look. What kind of figures were Qing Su and Demon Dao? To think that this brat dared to provoke them in such a manner. Did water enter his brain? Although Zhuowen had destroyed the upper echelons of the Shaoyan family, which was enough to shake Yen City and let many people know that this brat was not simple, Qing Su and Demon Dao were not people that Shaoyan Ba could compare to. They were the true giants of Yen City, and had been famous heavenly venerables for a long time. Zhuowen dared to make such a big fuss. If he was not courting death, then what was? In a pavilion in the middle of a lake in Yen City, 2 figures were slowly playing chess. Of the 2, one had an immortal-like demonic aura, while the other had a surging demonic aura. They looked so out of place. What a great move! besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. Looks like Brother Demon Dao's chess skills are not much weaker than his cultivation. The immortal-like elder laughed. Qing Su, don't keep me in suspense. It's already been a month. Could it be that your Qing Su Valley still hasn't found Zhuowen? Demon Dao coldly snorted and said in an indifferent voice. Qing Su's gaze hardened. He shook his head and said, Zhuowen is not simple. I'm afraid that he has a powerful concealment technique. It will be very difficult to find him. I'm afraid that brat has already escaped from Yen City. Demon Dao said without any trace of politeness. Qing Su, Demon Dao. Zhuowen is here. Get out here. Chapter 934. The deterrence of the five heavenly sovereigns. Qing Su and Demon Dao both stood up at the same time and raised their heads slightly. They both noticed Zhuowen, who had risen to the sky. Zhuowen actually came out to seek death? Qing Su narrowed his eyes and asked doubtfully. Logically speaking, with two heavenly sovereigns here, Zhuowen should have dodged in time. Instead, he took the initiative to provoke them, which really puzzled Qing Su. Since this kid wants to die, I'll fulfill his wish. A surge of demonic aura gushed out as Demon Dao took a step forward and turned into a black shadow that flew towards Zhuowen. Qing Su's eyes flickered as he followed closely behind. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Qing Su and Demon Dao stopped side by side a few dozen meters in front of Zhuowen. Their eyes flickered with a cold light. You've got guts to provoke us in public. Before I kill you, I want to ask you, were you the one who crippled Moing? Demon Dao said with surging killing intent with his hands behind his back. Zhuowen was as calm as water as he said, He's just a piece of trash. Is it wrong to cripple him? The moment these words came out, Demon Daoist was stunned. The killing intent in his eyes surged even more violently. This Zhuowen was truly audacious. He actually dared to call the number one genius of the Celestial Peak Devil Palace, Missouri Ing, trash in front of him. The appearance of Qing Su and Demon Dao immediately attracted the attention of all the cultivators below. They really came? What kind of status does this Zhuowen have? With just a shout, Demon Daoist and Qing Su, these two magnates actually came for him. I'm afraid it's because of the previous battle. It's said that the number one genius of Heaven Peak Devil Palace, Missouri Ing, was completely crippled by this Zhuowen. Also, Zui Qingfeng was beaten to the point of fleeing. These two should be here for revenge. Everyone in Yen City lifted their heads to look at the distant confrontation between Zhuowen, Qing Shuzi and Demon Daozi as they discussed animatedly. Although Zhuowen had displayed his invincible might back then, and even had the support of a heavenly sovereign servant, it was only natural that he would be able to do so. However, Master Demon and Master Qing Su were both Empyrean Realm martial artists. Moreover, they weren't ordinary Empyrean Realm martial artists. So what if this Zhuowen had an Empyrean servant behind him? If Qing Su and Demon Daoist were to join forces, Zhuowen's fate would be bleak. Therefore, the majority of the people looked at Zhuowen with a trace of pity. This kid was definitely going to be unlucky. Where is your Empyrean servant? Hurry up and let me out. Otherwise, I'll kill you right away. Master Demon stomped his foot and a terrifying demonic aura gushed out. Dark clouds gathered above his head. These dark clouds slowly descended and turned into a spiral behind Master Demon. It looked extremely strange. Oh? You want my Empyrean servant to come out? A strange smile appeared on Zhuowen's face. Master Demon clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with arrogance. He entered the Tao through the demonic path and possessed the combat strength of a powerhouse. Although his cultivation was only at the initial stage of the Empyrean realm, his strength was comparable to a peak Empyrean. Even Qing Shuzi wasn't his match. Thus, when facing an ordinary Empyrean martial artist, Master Demon Daoist didn't fear him at all. As long as he could tie down Zhuowen's Empyrean servant, Master Demon Daoist would be able to capture this brat. At that time, all of Zhuo Wen's benefits would be equally divided between the two of them. In that case, let them come out, Zhuo Wen said indifferently as he waved his right hand. Immediately, 5 terrifying auras soared into the sky from the inn below. When Zhuo Wen said this, Qing Shuzi already had a bad premonition. This was because Zhuo Wen was talking about them and not him. From the information from the last battle, this Zhuo Wen clearly only had one Empyrean servant by his side, but now he was using them. Qing Shuzi thought about how Zhuo Wen had suddenly gone crazy and taken the initiative to provoke the two of them. The ominous feeling in his heart became even stronger. It wasn't until 5 terrifying auras erupted from below the inn that Qing Shuzi's heart began to race. These 5 auras are the auras of Empyrean realm martial artists? Qing Shuzi was stunned and lost his composure as he cried out in alarm. Master Demon's expression stiffened and the arrogance in his eyes vanished. His pupils shrank as he stared at the 5 auras erupting from an inconspicuous room below. These 5 auras were very powerful. One of them had even reached the peak of the Empyrean realm. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 5 figures suddenly soared into the sky. Their terrifying auras turned into gusts of wind that revolved around the 5 figures. In an instant, the 5 of them arrived behind Zhuo Wen. Their heads were slightly lowered as if they were following Zhuo Wen's lead. These 5 people were Xiang Tianzuan, Empyrean Master Whitebrow, Empyrean Master Guanghan, Empyrean Master Huang Jiao, and Empyrean Master Shiyu. Zhuo Wen had planned this a long time ago. He wanted to intimidate the entire Yan city and let everyone know that he, Zhuo Wen, was not a pushover. Therefore, this time, Zhuo Wen wanted to establish his might. And the target of his might was Qing Shuzi and Master Demon. Heavens! 5 Empyreans. One of them has such a terrifying aura. I'm afraid he has already reached the peak of the Empyrean realm. Could it be that these 5 Empyreans are Zhuo Wen's servants? Quickly give me a punch and see if I'm dreaming. The many martial warriors below first fell into silence. After regaining their senses, waves of uproar broke out. Their voices were filled with disbelief. In addition to the 5 Empyreans, Master Demon and Qing Shuzi, 7 Empyreans had appeared in the sky above Yan City. So many Empyreans had gathered together. This was something that had never happened in Yan City before. Therefore, more and more practitioners gathered in Yan City. Other than the Shaoyan clan, the other 3 great clans had also sent their own practitioners to observe. Among them was Wu Zongxing from the Wu clan. It is indeed him. Wu Zongxing's gaze froze as his entire body turned ice-cold. He had instantly recognized the youth surrounded by the 5 Empyreans. Wasn't he Zhuo Wen, whom they had wanted to capture last night? Fortunately, Zhuo Wen had not made a big move last night. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After all, the former had 5 Empyreans behind him. Such a faction had already surpassed the 4 super-factions of Yan City and was approaching the royal clan. If he wanted to destroy their Wu clan, it would only be a matter of hooking his finger. In the future, you must not offend Zhuo Wen. Otherwise, you will be dealt with according to the clan rules. Wu Zongxing instructed the group of practitioners behind him. Besides Wu Zongxing, the other practitioners from the other factions who had arrived were all shocked. One after another, they instructed the practitioners from their factions not to offend Zhuo Wen if they saw him in the future. Among the numerous practitioners, there were 3 figures with the most complicated gazes. The leader of the 3 was a one-armed middle-aged man. Beside him were 2 young women. One of them had an ice-cold expression, while the other was cultured and refined. Father, this is the true faction behind Zhuo Wen. The 5 Empyreans. The cultured and refined woman softly sighed. The one-armed middle-aged man's body trembled as a trace of regret surfaced in his eyes. He hesitated as he said, Ling Yu, with such a powerful faction behind little brother Zhua, it should be easy to revive our Wan clan. What do you think? Before the middle-aged man could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the woman. Father, Have you forgotten how you treated young Master Zhuo back then? In any case, I won't make this request to young Master Zhuo because it's too much. The three of them were Ruan Xianfeng, Ruan Lingyu, and Ling Ying from the Ruan clan. Ever since Xiaoyan Qinglin had caused a ruckus in the Ruan clan, almost all of the younger generation of the Ruan clan had died. Many of the Ruan clan's external practitioners had left to join the Ruan clan. Now, only the three of them were left in the Ruan clan. Speaking of which, the Ruan clan used to be considered a mid-tier clan in Yen City. Who would have thought that they would end up like this? It was lamentable. In fact, if the Ruan clan had treated Zhuowen well back then, perhaps Zhuowen would have helped the Ruan clan out of consideration for their old friendship. Unfortunately, both Ruan Xianfeng and Ling Feng had chosen to join the Xiaoyan clan. Ling Feng had even helped the Xiaoyan clan deal with Zhuowen. Thus, Zhuowen naturally had no obligation to help the Ruan clan, let alone revive the Ruan clan. Ling Ying, who was standing at the side, had a complicated look in her eyes. Especially when she saw the young man surrounded by the 5 heavenly venerables, traces of regret filled her face. Back then, she had always thought that Zhuowen was a good-for-nothing with no background behind him. However, everything that had happened afterward had slapped her hard in the face. She had been way too wrong. Not only was Zhuowen's cultivation at the supremacy realm, but he also had the protection of 5 heavenly venerables. His glory was no less than that of the imperial family's prince, Mo Lingtian. In the face of such a peerless monster, she had actually blindly mocked and ridiculed him. She had even encouraged her father, Ling Feng, to deal with Zhuowen. Thinking of her previous actions, Ling Ying suddenly felt that she was really laughable. She was just like a clown. Qing Shuzi and Demon Daozi's expressions were extremely ugly. They had never expected that 5 heavenly venerables would suddenly appear by Zhuowen's side. One of them was even a terrifying peak heavenly venerate. "Do the two of you still want to capture me?" Zhuowen asked unhurriedly. The corner of Qing Shuzi's mouth twitched. He suddenly smiled and said, "Zhuo Xiaoyu, it seems like all of this is a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? A misunderstanding? You may think it's a misunderstanding, but I don't think so." Zhuowen smiled coldly. He then waved his right hand and said, "Kill them. Don't hold back." After saying that, the 5 heavenly venerables instantly rushed out and attacked Qing Shuzi and Demon Daozi. Their terrifying heavenly venerate auras were completely revealed and exploded in the sky. "Lunatic!" Qing Shuzi's face turned purple. A jade-colored leaf appeared in his hand. He pinched it, and his entire body seemed to have teleported away. He didn't want to face 5 heavenly venerables. This was simply a situation of certain death. Teleportation again. Zhuowen glanced at Qing Shuzi, who had teleported away, and frowned. Zui Qingfeng had also used that jade-colored leaf before. It seemed like the people of Qing Su Valley had a unique way of escaping. Chapter 935. Demon Taoist submits. At this moment, Demon Taoist's face was extremely gloomy. He was cursing Qing Shuzi in his heart for running away as soon as he saw that the situation was bad. The jade-colored leaf in Qing Shuzi's hand was called Wind Controlling 9 Autumns. There was a miniature teleportation array in the leaf. By crushing it, one could teleport thousands of miles away. This Wind Controlling 9 Autumns was left behind by the founder of the Clear Void Valley. There weren't many of them, so each one was one less. In the Clear Void Valley, only the upper echelons of the Clear Void Valley and the genius disciple Zui Qingfeng could use Wind Controlling 9 Autumns. Therefore, although Qing Shuzi wasn't strong, he was the most difficult person to kill in the Empyrean realm. Taking a deep breath, Demon Taoist's body surged with demonic energy. His eyes became pitch black and deep. Since he entered the Tao as a demon, he couldn't retreat. Once he retreated, his Tao heart would become unstable. Moreover, with 5 Empyreans joining forces, even if Demon Taoist wanted to escape, he couldn't. He could only fight. Kill! Demon Taoist held a demonic longsword in his hand. Then, he took a step forward and demonic energy surged around him. He slashed with his sword and countless black sword shadows appeared in the void. They were like countless phantoms that carried out an assassination. Zhang Tianzuan coldly snorted. He formed a seal with both hands and a blazing xiang slowly rose from behind him. The dazzling purple light illuminated the entire void, causing the black sword shadows hidden in the void to have nowhere to hide. Black Demon Slash. Demon Taoist's eyes were cold. He changed his sword stance and the countless sword shadows turned into countless ferocious demonic shadows that wrapped around Xiang. The monstrous demonic energy actually suppressed Xiang. Whoosh! Demon Taoist easily shuttled through the countless demonic shadows and instantly arrived in front of Xiang. He slashed with his sword and the countless demonic shadows went crazy, releasing a terrifying demonic energy. Boom! Xiang became dimmer and dimmer under this attack. Zhang Tianzuan narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Second Xiang overturning heaven and earth. As he spoke, an even more dazzling Xiang rose into the air. The two Xiang blazing suns began to revolve fiercely, erupting with terrifying heat and power. Boom! Boom! In an instant, all of the surrounding demonic shadows vanished beneath Xiang's light, turning into endless black gas. As for a purple energy, it was like 10,000 sword lights that shot towards Master Demon. Devil Sect. Master Demon's eyes were still cold. With a slash of the demonic sword, the surrounding demonic energy surged and formed a huge demonic shadow that blocked in front of him. Bang bang bang! The tens of thousands of Xiang beams slammed into the demonic silhouette, creating a deafening explosion that tore the demonic silhouette to shreds. Whoosh! Master Demon's eyes finally darkened. He retreated again and again, constantly waving the demonic sword in his right hand to block the incoming Xiang beams as he retreated. Zhang Tianzuan's strength had somewhat exceeded his expectations. Although he had entered the demonic path and obtained strength that far surpassed that of an ordinary Empyrean, even having strength comparable to a peak Empyrean. But even though they were both peak Empyrean, Zhang Tianzuan was not an ordinary Empyrean. His strength was similar to Lu Hantian's, and his talent could be considered top-notch. The strength he could display was much stronger than a peak Empyrean. Even though Master Demon's cultivation method was heaven-defying and his strength was extremely outstanding, when he truly collided with a peak Empyrean powerhouse like Zhang Tianzuan, he was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Whoosh! Zhang Tianzuan arrived in an instant. His right palm thrust out and the power of Xiang poured out. It was as if countless Xiang beams had appeared in his palm, giving Master Demon a feeling that he was unable to resist. Demon Slaughter! Master Demon roared. The demonic aura on his body was pitch black and deep to the extreme. His pupils became incomparably dark, and the demonic aura on his body became extremely rich. It was as if Master Demon had turned into a heinous demon at this moment. Kill! Master Demon roared. He waved his right hand, and the demonic sword in his hand split into two into three, until it split into 10 demonic swords with surging demonic aura that surrounded Master Demon. The 10 demonic swords slashed out at the same time, instantly breaking apart Zhang Tianzuan's palm that had transformed into countless Xiang beams. Zhang Tianzuan was even forced back by this demonic power, and his expression turned solemn. Entering the demonic path and grasping the power of the demonic path, he can actually display such terrifying strength. This Master Demon is really not simple. Looking at Master Demon's battle prowess that wasn't any weaker than Zhang Tianzuan, Zhuowen's eyes flashed. Back then, he used the blood inheritance seal to force himself into the demonic path, and he almost couldn't extricate himself from it. However, Master Demon took a different path. He entered the demonic path and grasped the power of the demonic path to display powerful strength. Zhuowen knew that if he could also grasp Master Demon's demonic path, then he might be able to completely grasp the power of the blood demon's demonic path. Thinking of the powerful strength that Master Demon displayed after entering the demonic path, Zhuowen couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. The 5 of you attacked together. Zhuowen didn't speak nonsense. Whether it was the entrance exam of Jiaxin College or the demonic path, they all needed to be obtained from Master Demon. Now, he had to make Master Demon yield first. When the other 4 Empyreans heard this, they also didn't speak nonsense. They followed closely behind Xiang Tianzuan, each using their own attacks to deal with Master Demon. Although Master Demon, who grasped the demonic path, was very strong, he was at most comparable to Xiang Tianzuan. Now that the other 4 Empyreans joined in, even if Master Demon had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would be difficult for him to resist. Pucci! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Master Demon retreated. Under the joint attack of the 5 Empyreans, this was the first time he was injured and spat out blood. The aura on his body also became extremely weak, and his vision became blurry. Whoosh! 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 The 5 Empyreans instantly surrounded Master Demon, whose aura was unstable. Then, Zhuowen slowly descended in front of Master Demon. I really didn't expect that a mere junior like you would have 5 Empyrean slaves by your side. This time, I didn't lose unjustly. However, you can't kill me in Yen City. Once you kill me, His Majesty, the Flame Emperor, will act. So what if you have 5 Empyreans? Once an Emperor Realm expert acts, you will die without a doubt. Master Demon's eyes were filled with fear. Although the young man before him was much weaker than him, the trump cards in his hands were too powerful. They were so powerful that even he felt that it was inconceivable. I know. That's why I don't intend to kill you. Instead, I want to make a deal with you. Zhuowen nodded as the corners of his mouth curled up. A deal? Master Demon's face was astonished. He didn't expect that Zhuowen, who had 5 Empyrean slaves, actually didn't intend to kill him. Instead, he proposed a deal. What deal? Master Demon asked in a deep voice. I intend to join your Heavenly Peak Devil Palace. Zhuowen's unhurried voice rang out, but it caused Master Demon to freeze on the spot as if he had been electrocuted. He even thought that he had misheard. The young man in front of him, who had 5 Empyrean slaves, actually intended to join their Heavenly Peak Devil Palace. Master Demon even began to suspect that there was something wrong with his ears. You want to join the Heavenly Peak Devil Palace? Then you definitely have a request, right? Demon Taoist came back to his senses and said coldly. Of course. I, Zhuowen, will join your Heavenly Peak Devil Palace in order to replace that trash, Mo Ying. My request is for you to give me Mo Ying's spot to participate in the Divine Academy's entrance exam. I will participate in the exam on behalf of your Heavenly Peak Devil Palace. Zhuowen's expression was calm as he continued, Don't think about refusing. With my strength and talent, I'm many times stronger than Mo Ying. Therefore, my chances of successfully entering the Divine Academy's outer court are much higher than Mo Ying's. At the same time, it will also increase the reputation of your Heavenly Peak Devil Palace. This is a win-win situation. Master Demon's eyes flickered. In fact, he was already tempted. After Mo Ying was crippled, he was a little worried that it would affect the results of the Divine Academy's entrance exam. After all, Mo Ying was the #1 genius of their Heavenly Peak Devil Palace. His strength had also reached the Xuanzuan realm, so his chances of successfully passing the Divine Academy's entrance exam were much higher. However, now that he was dead, it would be difficult to find another genius like him. If all the geniuses of the other 4 superpowers were selected and only their Heavenly Peak Devil Palace's genius was not, then their Heavenly Peak Devil Palace's influence in Yen City would be much lower than the other 4 superpowers. Master Demon agreed with Zhuowen's request. Zhuowen's talent and strength were absolutely top-notch. This child was probably comparable to the imperial family's prince, Mo Lingtian. his chances of successfully entering the Divine Academy were very high. However, Master Demon knew that Zhuowen wouldn't only have this one request. Therefore, he asked, "You should have other conditions, right?" Zhuowen smiled and said, "Of course. After I join your Heavenly Peak Devil Palace, you must teach me the secret technique to enter the Tao through the devil. This is the only condition." "You want the secret technique to enter the Tao through the devil?" Master Demon's face was gloomy. Entering the Tao through the devil was a powerful secret technique that Master Demon had figured out himself. The reason why he was able to rise up so quickly in just a few decades was mainly because of this secret technique that he had created. It could be said that this secret technique was the most precious thing on his body. He hadn't even taught it to him owing. Now that Zhuowen had opened his mouth and wanted him to teach it to him, Master Demon began to hesitate. "What? You're not willing? Although I won't kill you in Yen City, I can imprison you. Then, I can go to the Heavenly Peak Devil Palace and slaughter everyone there, destroying the forces you've cultivated for so many years. Don't doubt my words. I will do as I say." Zhuowen's killing intent surged. Master Demon's face turned cold and his eyes flickered. Finally, he sighed and said, "I agree to your condition." Right now, the situation was stronger than the person. In front of Zhuowen, who had 5 Empyrean servants, Master Demon knew that he had no choice but to lower his head. Seeing Master Demon agree, Zhuowen revealed a brilliant smile. He waved his right hand and the 5 Empyreans respectfully stood behind him. "How long until the entrance exam begins?" Zhuowen lightly asked. "Not long, about 2 months. Demon Taoist obediently replied. Chapter 936. 9 Autumn's Wind. Master Demon didn't hesitate in his actions. Since they had already reached an agreement, he agreed very straightforwardly. This saved Zhuowen a lot of time. "Master Demon, what is that jade-colored leaf that Qing Shuzi used just now?" Zhuowen suddenly asked. Master Demon was startled for a moment before he coldly snorted. "That leaf is called 9 Autumn's Wind. It contains a miniature teleportation array that can instantly teleport a person 1,000 miles away. It is a life-saving treasure left behind by the founder of Clear Void Valley." Master Demon became angrier the more he thought about Qing Shuzi, who escaped so quickly. If Qing Shuzi didn't escape and stayed behind, the 2 of them might have been able to block the attacks of the 5 Empyreans. Unfortunately, Qing Shuzi was too cowardly. When he saw that the situation wasn't good, he immediately fled, causing Master Demon to fall into such an embarrassing situation. 9 Autumn's Wind? How many of these treasures does Qing Shuzi have? Zhuowen asked with a smile on his face. Qing Shuzi shouldn't have many either. I don't think he has more than 5. After all, these things are gone with each use. Although the founder of Clear Void Valley left behind many 9 Autumn's Wind, after so many years of use, these things are becoming rarer and rarer in Clear Void Valley. Master Demon seemed to have thought of something as he stared at Zhuowen with a strange expression. "Could it be that you plan to, hee. This old thing is full of evil trick. If I don't make him pay a price, it won't make sense. I'll have to trouble you to bring me to Clear Void Valley." The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up. His meaning was clear. He was going to Clear Void Valley to rob Qing Shuzi. Alright. This Qing Shuzi is the most hypocritical person. Moreover, he prioritizes benefits above all else. He's really annoying. This time we should make him bleed. Master Demon nodded, agreeing with Zhuowen's idea. The 2 of them chatted for a while. Just as they were about to set off, a voice suddenly came from the crowd below. "Little brother Zhuo, wait a moment." This voice was very loud and attracted the attention of many people in Yen City. After the earlier commotion, most of the surrounding cultivators naturally knew of Zhuowen's name. With 5 Empyrean servants, Zhuowen had scared away Master Qing Su and defeated Master Demon Dao. Without a doubt, Zhuowen's name would once again shake the entire Yen City. In the hearts of these Yen City residents, Zhuowen would undoubtedly become a god. But now, someone had openly called Zhuowen little brother Zhuowen. Moreover, his voice did not hold back at all. It was very obvious that this person was rather familiar with Zhuowen, so it naturally attracted the attention of many people. A one-armed middle-aged man walked out from the crowd with two young women. He had a flattering smile on his face as he looked up at Zhuowen, who was floating in the air. He's only at the ultimate ninth wheel emperor realm. With such a low cultivation, how did he get to know Zhuowen? Seeing that the one-armed middle-aged man and the two women behind him did not have a strong aura, the surrounding cultivators were puzzled. Zhuowen was a supreme being at such a young age, and he had 5 Empyrean servants by his side. To the majority of the cultivators, this was a big shot. In fact, his status far surpassed Demon Daoist and Qing Su's status in the hearts of the cultivators. How did such an existence get to know a man who was only at the ultimate ninth wheel emperor realm, and one who had lost an arm? Therefore, there was a trace of confusion in everyone's eyes. The one-armed middle-aged man was the Ruan family head, Ruan Xianfeng. The two women behind Ruan Xianfeng were Ruan Lingyu and Ling Ying. Ruan Lingyu's pretty face was full of reluctance. She had been dragged out by Ruan Xianfeng. Even she did not expect Ruan Xianfeng to stand up at this moment. Zhuowen stared at Ruan Xianfeng indifferently and said indifferently, "I wonder why the Ruan family head has called me over?" As soon as these words were spoken, the gazes of the surrounding people towards Ruan Xianfeng changed. There was admiration, astonishment, envy, and jealousy. What kind of existence was Zhuowen? In a sense, he was even more terrifying than Demon Daoist and Qing Su. Ruan Xianfeng actually knew Zhuowen. It seemed that the Ruan family was going to prosper. Many cultivators from the surrounding forces were secretly plotting how to build a good relationship with Ruan Xianfeng. Naturally, Ruan Xianfeng also noticed the surrounding gazes. The smile on his face became even brighter. He quickly said, "Ever since Brother Zhuo left the Ruan family, my daughter, Lingyu, has missed you very much, so, father." Ruan Lingyu's pretty face changed slightly. There was anger in her beautiful eyes. Ruan Xianfeng was really going too far. What did he think of her as his daughter? In the beginning, in order to climb up the Shaoyan aristocratic family, Ruan Xianfeng tried to curry favor with Shaoyan Pu. Now that he saw that Zhuowen actually had such a terrifying force behind him, he actually pushed her out. Ruan Lingyu suddenly felt that living in the Ruan family was a little sad. She was actually treated like an object by her biological father. This feeling made Ruan Lingyu's heart turn to ashes. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He naturally saw the sadness in Ruan Lingyu's beautiful eyes. In addition to Ruan Xuanfeng's ugly face, how could he not know the reason behind it? And then, Zhuowen replied indifferently. Zhuowen's indifferent attitude made Ruan Xuanfeng's face freeze. However, he still smiled and said, "Back then, Brother Zhuo annihilated the Shaoyan aristocratic family in anger for my daughter. I also know Brother Zhuo's intentions, so I'm prepared to hand my daughter over to Brother Zhuo." As soon as these words came out, it caused an uproar. Everyone present naturally knew that the annihilation of the Shaoyan aristocratic family was related to this Zhuowen. There were even rumors that the Shaoyan aristocratic family was annihilated by this Zhuowen. As for why Zhuowen annihilated the Shaoyan aristocratic family, there had always been many disputes in Yen City. Now that Ruan Xianfeng said this, the truth was revealed. This Zhuowen actually annihilated the Shaoyan aristocratic family in anger because of the Ruan aristocratic family's daughter. Zhuowen suddenly smiled, but his smile was cold and heartless. This Ruan Xianfeng was really shameless. Could it be that he had completely forgotten how he treated Zhuowen in the Ruan family? Zhuowen's gaze directly ignored Ruan Xianfeng and landed on Ruan Lingyu. He said, "Miss Lingyu, Zhuowen, thank you for saving my life back then. The debt of saving my life is as heavy as a mountain. Zhuowen will never forget it. How about this, you follow me to join the Heaven Peak Devil Palace. I will let Master Demon give you the best cultivation resources. As he spoke, Zhuowen waved his right hand. A surge of origin energy gushed out and lifted Ruan Lingyu, who was behind Ruan Xianfeng, to his side. Young Master Zhua, this wasn't my intention. It was all my father's own decision. I didn't know beforehand, Ruan Lingyu said apologetically as she came to Zhuowen's side. Zhuowen's actions naturally caused an uproar and made many warriors cautious. At the same time, many of them made up their minds that they would never provoke the Ruan family in the future. After all, this family had established a relationship with Zhuowen. Ruan Xianfeng was extremely excited. He actually shamelessly brought Ling Ying and planned to come to Zhuowen's side. Scram! Did I allow the two of you to follow me? Zhuowen's gaze turned cold. When he saw that Ruan Xianfeng actually wanted to come over, Zhuowen didn't hold back. Ruan Xuanfeng's expression froze. He immediately forced a smile and said, "Little brother Zhuo, I'm Lingyu's father. Since she has joined the Heaven Peak Devil Palace, we naturally have to accompany her." However, before Ruan Xianfeng could finish his words, a bloody light flashed past his side. His only remaining arm was actually broken, and blood spurted out wildly. The bloody light was too fast. Ruan Xianfeng didn't even realize that his only remaining arm was broken. After that, a piercing pain spread throughout his body. Ruan Xianfeng screamed in pain. "Don't test my patience. If I tell you to scram, then scram. I, Zhuowen, have said that I don't owe your Ruan family. If I owe anything, it's Miss Lingyu. If you, Ruan Xianfeng, didn't take the initiative to go against me, Zhuowen, to curry favor with the Shaoyan aristocratic family, perhaps I would still help your Ruan family. Unfortunately, you wanted to kill me for the sake of the Shaoyan aristocratic family. Now that the Shaoyan aristocratic family has been destroyed, you want to obtain my help? Do you want me, Zhuowen, to let bygones be bygones and be tricked by you? Or do you think that I, Zhuowen, am as gullible as a 3-year-old child?" Zhuowen's voice resounded in the open space like thunder, causing Ruan Xianfeng and Ling Ying's faces to turn incomparably pale. They didn't expect Zhuowen to be so ruthless, or to be so clear about gratitude and grudges. The surrounding cultivators were also stunned by Zhuowen's sudden action. Soon after, they all looked at Ruan Xianfeng with a strange expression. From Zhuowen's words, it seemed that Ruan Xianfeng had gone against Zhuowen in order to curry favor with the Shaoyan aristocratic family, and even wanted to kill Zhuowen. How foolish was that? It was no wonder that Zhuowen wouldn't hesitate to make a move. Ruan Lingyu's beautiful eyes were complicated, but she didn't stop Zhuowen's action. After Ruan Xianfeng had used her for many transactions, Ruan Lingyu didn't have much affection for her father. In the end, she was just a bargaining chip in her father's eyes that could revive the family. Yes, we'll leave now." Enduring the excruciating pain, Ruan Xianfeng left the place with Lingyu with a dejected expression. Soon, they disappeared into the crowd. Perhaps Ruan Xianfeng didn't expect things to develop in this direction. If he knew, he wouldn't have stood out so shamelessly. "Young Master Zhuo." Ruan Lingyu suddenly stopped talking. Zhuowen faintly smiled and said, "Don't think too much about it. In the future, properly cultivate in the Heaven Peak Devil Palace. You have an extreme Yin body that was born in the Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, Yin hour. You have a unique talent, and the Heaven Peak Devil Palace is actually very suitable for you." "This little girl has an extreme Yin body?" The demon Taoist stared at Ruan Lingyu in astonishment. His indifferent face was moved. "Yes." Ruan Lingyu nodded and said somewhat nervously. The demon Taoist was an overlord in Yen City. In her eyes, he was an unreachable existence. Naturally, she was quite nervous. "Little girl, are you willing to become my direct disciple?" The demon Taoist's eyes flickered as he suddenly asked. Ruan Lingyu was startled. She didn't expect the demon Taoist to accept her as his direct disciple. She stammered and couldn't speak. Chapter 937. Robbery. Demon Dao was only in his 30s, yet he was able to become one of the 5 overlords of Yen City. Moreover, he had created a secret technique that allowed one to enter the Dao through the devil. His battle strength was terrifying, and he could be said to be a genuine genius. In Zhuowen's opinion, Demon Dao's talent was much stronger than Lu Hantian's. After all, Demon Dao was still so young, and it shouldn't be difficult for him to reach the Emperor realm. His future was definitely limitless. If Ruan Lingyu became Demon Dao's direct disciple, her future would be very great. Therefore, Zhuowen was quite relieved to hand Ruan Lingyu over to Demon Dao. Hearing Zhuowen's agreement, Ruan Lingyu lightly nodded. However, there was a trace of sadness in her beautiful eyes. In fact, she wanted to say that she wanted to follow by Zhuowen's side. Since Zhuowen said so, Ruan Lingyu also knew that it wasn't possible for her to follow by Zhuowen's side. Let's go. Let's go to the Clear Void Valley to collect some interest first. After saying that, Zhuowen's gaze turned towards Demon Dao. The latter nodded and said, "Follow me. The Clear Void Valley isn't far from Yen City." After saying that, Demon Dao led them out of Yen City, leaving behind many cultivators in Yen City sighing with regret. A few thousand miles south of Yen City, there was a huge valley. The valley was surrounded by layers of mountains. Around the mountains, strands of milky white mist filled the air, faintly concealing the huge valley. A green figure instantly arrived at the entrance of the valley. This person was an old man with white hair and a beard. He had a sage-like demeanor. It was Qing Su, who had miserably escaped from Yen City. Qing Su's face was extremely gloomy. He didn't expect that Zhuowen would actually have 5 heavenly sovereign servants. This was an extremely terrifying force. Fortunately, he had a treasure like the Wind Imperial 9 Autumns to escape. Otherwise, he would have been left behind in Yen City forever. It's really like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. However, Demon Dao is probably going to be in big trouble. Thinking of Demon Dao's situation, Qing Su revealed a gloating smile. Sect Master. When the 2 guards at the entrance of the valley saw Qing Su, they hurriedly bowed respectfully. At the same time, they opened the restriction at the entrance of the valley and invited Qing Su in. Qing Shuzi nodded. With a flick of his sleeve, he gave off a sage-like aura, causing the 2 guards to feel deep veneration for him. Not long after Qing Suzi entered the valley, a few more streaks of light flew over from the horizon. Their target was none other than the Clear Void Valley that was hidden in the clouds. Whoosh, whoosh. A total of 7 silhouettes stopped at the entrance of the Clear Void Valley. The leader was a youth. He stared at the Clear Void Valley in front of him and said to a black-robed, cold-faced man behind him, "Is this the Clear Void Valley?" The black-robed man nodded and said, "Yes. However, there are restrictive spells around the Clear Void Valley. It won't be that easy for you to break into the Clear Void Valley." Zhuowen, however, says with a smile, "Could it be that 6 great celestial venerables still can't break through the restrictive spell of this Qingshu Valley?" Master Demon's eyes narrowed and he coldly said, "You want me to be your coolie?" "This isn't coolie, it's cooperation. After breaking through this Clear Void Valley, I'll give you a piece of the 9 Autumns wind. However, if you don't cooperate, you'll have to bear the consequences," Zhuowen indifferently said. The 5 great celestial venerables behind him stepped out and coldly stared at Master Demon. Master Demon's eyelids twitched. He coldly snorted and flew towards the entrance of the Clear Void Valley. The power of 5 great celestial venerables was not something that Master Demon could contend against. Therefore, he could only suffer in silence. "Master Demon of the Heavenly Peak Devil Palace? Why have you come to our Clear Void Valley?" The 2 guards at the entrance of the valley immediately recognized Master Demon and coldly shouted, "Open the restrictive spell at the entrance of the valley or die." Master Demon indifferently says. The 2 guards' faces flushed red. They coldly said, Master Demon, do you want to start a war between the Clear Void Valley and the Heavenly Peak Devil Palace? You actually dare to break into our Clear Void Valley by yourself? You won't open it? Then die. Master Demon took a step forward. Endless demonic energy gushed out from his body. Then, the demonic energy gathered into a demonic sword. With a slash of the demonic sword, a terrifying demonic energy exploded out and heavily slammed into the restrictive spell at the entrance of the valley. Rumble! Suddenly, the entire Clear Void Valley shook. The surrounding mountains trembled even more. Countless rocks rolled down from above. The two guards at the entrance of the valley staggered and almost fell. They angrily shouted, "Master Demon, don't go too far. Our master is inside the valley. When he comes out, you're dead. Let that old man come out. I can't wait for that old fart to come out quickly," Master Demon indifferently says. His hands' movements were not slow either. The Clear Void Valley shook even more violently. And this violent shaking finally attracted the attention of all the disciples in the valley. There were many buildings in the Clear Void Valley. Clouds and mist lingered around the valley. It was full of pavilions, terraces, and streams. It looked like a paradise on earth. But at this moment, the shaking that pervaded the entire Clear Void Valley completely shocked everyone in the valley. Ching Su, who had just returned to the valley, hadn't even warmed his seat when he encountered this kind of thing. His originally bad mood became even worse. "How dare you break into my Clear Void Valley? You really don't want to live." With that, Ching Su turned into a wisp of smoke and rushed towards the entrance of the valley. Whoosh! Not long after, Ching Su arrived at the entrance of the valley. But when he saw Master Demon attacking the restrictive spell, his pupils shrank. He shouted, "Master Demon, you actually didn't die?" Master Demon's movements stopped. He coldly stared at Ching Su and said, "Old fart, do you really want me to die that much? What are you doing? You want to break into my Clear Void Valley?" Ching Su didn't answer Master Demon's question. That's right. Just now, Senior Ching Shuzi left too quickly. This junior came to visit Ching Su Valley this time just to ask for guidance from Senior Ching Shuzi. How could I have expected that the guards at the entrance of the valley were too rude and blocked our way? Zhuowen slowly walked out with a faint smile on his lips. His gaze was indifferent as he stared at Ching Su. "Zhuowen?" Ching Su's pupils shrank. Soon after, he stared at Master Demon and said, "I didn't expect that you would seek refuge with this Zhuowen in order to drag out an ignoble existence. You're the palace master of the Heavenly Peak Devil Palace. You really don't have any backbone." "Bullshit. I didn't seek refuge with Zhuowen. We just made a deal," Master Demon said coldly. Ching Su frowned slightly. He stared at Zhuowen and said, "Our Clear Void Valley didn't offend you, little friend. Why did you come here this time?" Zhuowen grinned and said, "This junior took the liberty of paying a visit this time because I wanted to ask Senior Ching Su for 10 or so Wind Control 9 Autumn's tablets. I think Senior Ching Su will generously give them to me, right?" Ching Su's face twitched. Asking for 10 or so Wind Control 9 Autumn's tablet. This thing was left behind by the founder of the Clear Void Valley as an escape treasure for the later generations of the Clear Void Valley. There weren't many of them in total. This brat actually asked for 10 or so tablet. Wasn't this freaking robbery? What? Does Senior think this junior's request is too much? If you think it's too much, this junior won't force you. However, your Clear Void Valley doesn't need to exist anymore. At this point, Zhuowen's voice was filled with dense killing intent. Don't go too far. The Wind Control 9 Autumns was left behind by the founder of the Clear Void Valley. It belongs to the old ancestor. How can it be casually given to others? As for you wanting to destroy my Clear Void Valley, I don't think you have the ability to do so. Ching Su sneered. Is that so? Then I won't hold back. Xiang, you and Demon Daoist break the restriction at the entrance of the valley together. As soon as Zhuowen said this, The 5 celestial masters behind him rushed out at the same time. A terrifying aura burst out like a mountain falling from the sky, pressing down on the 2 guards at the entrance of the valley until their faces turned pale. There were actually 5 celestial masters. Including Demon Daoist, there were a total of 6 celestial masters joining forces to attack their clear void valley. This battle's strength was too terrifying. Their clear void valley only had 1 celestial master, Qing Su. However, this ordinary-looking youth was actually able to command 6 celestial masters. It was really inconceivable. Zhang Tianzuan and the other 4 naturally wouldn't disobey Zhuowen's order. They all released their strongest aura and then bombarded the restriction at the entrance of the valley. Demon Daoist also didn't want to be outdone. He waved his devil sword and joined forces with Zhang Tianzuan and the others. Not good. We must immediately return to the valley and activate the valley-protecting Grand Array. Qing Su's expression changed slightly. He grabbed the 2 guards in front of him with his right hand and then hurriedly rushed back to the valley. He knew that the restriction at the entrance of the valley wouldn't last for long. At this moment, the entire clear void valley was shaking even more violently. The disciples in the valley were also panicking. They were all guessing what was happening outside the valley. Headmaster is back. Soon, these anxious disciples of the clear void valley saw Qing Su rushing over. Qing Su didn't pay attention to these ordinary disciples. Instead, he went to the highest hall in the valley, gathered the 5 elders, and ordered them to activate the valley-protecting Grand Array. The 5 elders also realized that the situation was critical. They didn't ask any questions. Instead, they each took action and activated the valley-protecting Grand Array. After a while, a colorful protective barrier appeared outside the valley. This was the valley-protecting Grand Array left behind by the founder of the Clear Void Valley. Kacha. The restriction at the entrance of the valley was quickly broken. Then, Zhuowen let Ruan Lingyu stay outside the valley and rushed into the valley with the 6 celestial sovereigns. After passing through a ravine-like passage, they quickly arrived inside the valley. Unfortunately, the valley was currently enveloped by a great formation. Moreover, looking at the might of this great formation, its power was probably not weak. On the other side of the light barrier, Qing Su led the 5 elders and stared at Zhuowen and the 6 celestial sovereigns behind him with a serious expression. As for the disciples within the valley, they were all curiously looking up at the uninvited guests outside the light barrier. They were very curious as to who had the guts to attack their clear void valley. Furthermore, their headmaster, Qing Shuzi, seemed to be very nervous. However, when the disciples of the clear void valley saw that the person leading the group outside the light barrier was actually a young man around 20 years old, they were all stunned. Such a young man actually dared to trespass into their clear void valley. Moreover, Qing Su was acting so cautiously. When the disciples of the clear void valley saw the 6 imposing figures behind the young man, they were finally shocked. That was because none of the 6 people's auras were weaker than their headmaster, Qing Su. Chapter 938. Breaking the formation, Qing Shuzi stared at Zhuowen with a serious gaze and said, "Zhuowen, my clear void valley didn't provoke you, right? Why are you so overbearing, and even daring to attack my clear void valley?" "What? He's Zhuowen. I didn't expect him to be so young. He looks only 20 years old." Once Qing Su's words left his mouth, all of the disciples in the valley were shaken. During this period of time, the rumors regarding Zhuowen had spread like wildfire within Yen City. Even the majority of the Clear Void Valley disciples, several thousand miles away, had heard of Zhuowen's matter. It was said that a month ago, the Shaoyan family was destroyed by Zhuowen. Moreover, this Zhuowen had a heavenly venerate expert guarding him. But now it seemed that the rumors were wrong. This Zhuowen didn't only have one heavenly venerate expert guarding him. He clearly had 5 heavenly venerate experts. Adding Demon Daozi, that was a total of 6 heavenly venerate experts. This was a terrifying force, enough to sweep through their clear void valley. If it wasn't for the valley protecting formation, the clear void valley would have been in chaos by now. Senior Qingshuzi, I don't want to cause trouble in your clear void valley. I just want to ask for some wind controlling 9 autumns. Senior Qingshuzi, you shouldn't be stingy with the sect in mind, right? Zhuowen said with a faint smile. Qingshuzi's face twitched. He said coldly, the wind controlling 9 autumns is a treasure left behind by the founder. How can it be given to an outsider? Zhuowen, although you have 6 heavenly venerates, it won't be that easy to break my valley protecting formation. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. You think we can't break it? How laughable. Xiang, all of you attack together. I want to see if this so-called valley protecting formation is really that strong. Zhuowen said with a cold expression. Yes. Xiang Tianzuan nodded. He led the other 4 heavenly venerates, revealing their heavenly venerate auras, and began to attack the light barrier in front of them. Under Zhuowen's gaze, Demon Dozi curled his lips and cooperated with Xiang Tianzuan and the others to attack together. Boom! Boom! The 6 exalted celestials each unleashed a powerful attack. In an instant, all kinds of colored origin energy exploded. Like brilliant fireworks, they appeared in the sky above the clear void valley. Soon after, the entire clear void valley began to violently shake. The seemingly powerful valley protection array was on the verge of collapse. The light within it had even dimmed. This scene caused Qingshuzi and the others to break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, although the protective valley array seemed to be on the verge of collapse, it was extremely sturdy. No matter how Xiang Tianzuan and the others attacked, it actually managed to block the combined attack of the 6 celestial masters. Xiang Tianzuan and the others frowned. After a round of attacks, they stopped attacking and slowly retreated. They looked at Zhuowen as if they were asking for his opinion. Zhuowen frowned slightly. It seemed that the valley-protecting grand formation of this clear void valley was indeed not ordinary. It was actually able to hold on for so long without collapsing. Kid, you must find the formation core of this valley protection array. Only by piercing through it can you completely destroy this valley protection array. Brute force is not enough to destroy it at all. Xiao Hei's voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen nodded. Naturally, he knew that if he wanted to destroy the array easily, he had to find the formation core. However, this valley protection array was so big that it was not that easy to find the formation core. Moreover, he did not know anything about arrays. Xiao Hei, I'll have to rely on you to destroy this array. Zhuowen said awkwardly. I knew it. This Dragon Lord will have to do it again. Start transforming into your Dragon Man form. After that, hand over control of your body to me. Xiao Hei instructed. Zhuowen nodded. An ink-black mist gushed out from between his eyebrows. This mist enveloped his entire body. Ear-piercing sounds of bones dislocating rang out. Zhuowen transformed into his Dragon Man form that was covered in bone spikes. His eyes were a strange dark gold color. At this moment, Qingshuzi and the others in the valley heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the 6 heavenly sovereigns were unable to destroy the valley protection array. Zhuowen, this valley protection array is not something that can be destroyed with brute force. You'd better retreat. Otherwise, you'll just be wasting your time here. Qingshuzi was very confident at this moment. However, the only response he received was a long period of silence. Soon after, he gathered his gaze. Unknowingly, Zhuowen's entire body was covered with dragon scales, and there was a huge dragon tail behind him. He appeared extremely strange. When did this kid become so strange? Qingshuzi muttered softly. Before he could react, Zhuowen, who had transformed into his Dragon Man form, leaped up and arrived above the valley protection array. His dark gold eyes emitted a sharp light. What is this kid doing? Demon Daozi asked in confusion. However, Zhang Tianzuan and the others did not answer him because they also did not know what Zhuowen was doing. It should be around here, Xiao He muttered softly. Then, his right elbow suddenly struck above the valley protection array. The sharp bone spikes emitted a sharp cold light. Humph! Zhuowen, even the 6 heavenly sovereigns were unable to break the valley protection array. Do you think that you can break it after transforming into such a hideous state? Qing Shuzi snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with disdain. Zhuowen did not pay any attention to Qing Shuzi's mockery. His elbow struck above the valley protection array and a powerful force poured out. The entire valley protection array seemed to come to a standstill at this moment. Gotcha! Cracks began to spread in all directions from the center of the valley protection array. Then, the light shield of the valley protection array shattered into countless light spots in front of everyone's eyes. Qing Su Valley fell into a strange silence. The smile on Qing Shuzi's face also froze. He looked as if he had seen a ghost and his mouth was wide open. It's broken, Qing Shuzi murmured doubtfully. The 5 elders beside him swallowed their saliva and nodded with difficulty. Then, they spat out a word, yes. The expressions on the faces of Zhang Tianzuan and the others were even more interesting. The valley protection array that the 6 heavenly sovereigns had worked together to attack for a long time was actually broken by Zhuowen so easily. Moreover, it seemed that Zhuowen had only attacked once and the valley protection array shattered like glass. They suddenly felt that their dignity as heavenly sovereigns had suffered a great blow. Take down Qing Shuzi. Zhuowen's voice rang out. Zhang Tianzuan and the others finally came to their senses. They stamped their feet and flew toward Qing Shuzi. Qing Shuzi also came to his senses and tried his best to resist. He wanted to stop Zhang Tianzuan and the others. Unfortunately, whether it was strength or the number of heavenly sovereigns, Qing Shuzi was completely inferior to Zhuowen's group. In a breath's time, Qing Shuzi was captured by Zhang Tianzuan. The disciples in Qing Su Valley all looked flustered, but no one dared to move. Their leader, Qing Shuzi, had been captured. Their resistance was futile. Don't kill me, Qing Shuzi said in a panic. At this moment, Zhuowen had already left his Dragon Man state. He slowly walked up to Qing Shuzi and said in a somewhat roguish manner, "Don't worry. I, Zhuowen, am not a bloodthirsty person. Take out all the 9 autumn's wind that you have. Don't play any tricks. If you don't, I'll really kill you." Qing Shuzi's face stiffened. However, when he saw Zhuowen's cold gaze, he sighed softly and took out 5 9 autumn's wind from his spiritual ring and handed them to Zhuowen. "That's all." Zhuowen pointed at the 5 9 autumn's wind and asked. "Yes, that's all," Qing Shuzi said hurriedly. The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up slightly as he said, "Senior Qing Su, it's not that I don't believe you, but I just want to confirm it. Can you show me the items in your spiritual ring to see if you really don't have anything else?" Qing Shuzi hesitated. The spiritual ring in his hand was the symbol of the Qing Su Valley's leader. It was also left behind by the founder of the Qing Su Valley. Its space was much larger than that of an ordinary spiritual ring. How could he casually show it to others? Could it be that Senior Qing Shuzi doesn't trust me, Zhuowen? Zhuowen's voice suddenly became cold. The aura of Zhang Tianzuan and the others also became more and more terrifying. This made Qing Shuzi's heart tremble. He had no choice but to take off the spiritual ring, erase the imprint, and hand it to Zhuowen. "Of course I trust little brother Zhuo. Take it and have a look," Qing Shuzi said painfully. After taking the spiritual ring, Zhuowen casually checked it. He was surprised to find that the space in Qing Shuzi's spiritual ring was actually very large. It was at least 10 times the space of an ordinary spiritual ring. This spiritual ring was not ordinary. Moreover, there were a lot of spiritual stones in the spiritual ring. Among them, there were nearly 1,000,000 upper-grade spiritual stones and several million middle-grade spiritual stones. The wealth on his body was actually much richer than that of the Shaoyan family. Qing Shuzi did not lie. There was indeed no extra 9 autumns wind in the spiritual ring. It was basically filled with spiritual stones. Little brother Zhuo, shouldn't you return the spiritual ring to me? Qing Shuzi suddenly reminded Zhuowen. Zhuowen gently stroked Qing Shuzi's spiritual ring, then took off the other spiritual ring from his hand. He emptied the contents of the spiritual ring and threw it to Qing Shuzi, saying, I think your spiritual ring is very compatible with mine. How about we exchange? The corner of Qing Shuzi's mouth twitched. Could Zhuowen be any more shameless? He actually dared to exchange the spiritual ring in front of him. What was the difference between this and robbery? Looking at Senior Qing Shuzi's expression, it seems that you are not very satisfied with my spiritual ring? Zhuowen grinned, revealing a row of cold teeth. Qing Shuzi could not help but shudder. He had already cursed Zhuowen's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. However, his face was full of smiles, and he said, since little brother Zhuowen likes it, we can exchange. Now, Qing Shuzi did not dare to refuse. Zhuowen's character was unpredictable. Moreover, his life was in his hands. How could he risk his life to refuse Zhuowen? My way of doing things is indeed a little inappropriate. However, since Senior Qing Shuzi insists on exchanging with me, then I will reluctantly accept. Zhuowen chuckled and openly put Qing Shuzi's spiritual ring on his hand without a trace of shame on his face. Meanwhile, Qing Shuzi was already cursing in his heart. This Zhuowen definitely said those words on purpose to provoke him. Since this matter has been settled, we will not disturb Senior any longer. Goodbye. Chapter 939. Demonic Path. The spiritual ring on Qing Su's finger is called the Qing Su ring. It's the keepsake of the Qing Su Valley's headmaster. It's a top-grade spiritual ring forged by the founder of the Qing Su Valley. Demon Taoist looked at the clear void ring on Zhuowen's hand with envy and continued, the space in your clear void ring is more than 10 times that of an ordinary spirit ring. It is much more practical than an ordinary spirit ring. There is a hint of astonishment in Zhuowen's eyes. He did not expect this Qingshu ring to have such an extraordinary origin. It was actually forged by the founder of the Qingshu Valley. From the valley protecting formation and this Qingshu ring, it can be seen that the founder of the Qingshu Valley was not simple at all. With a flick of his finger, Zhuowen handed a wind control 9 autumns to Demon Taoist and said indifferently, this is the wind control 9 autumns that I promised to give you. Keep it well. Master Demon was startled. He didn't think that Zhuowen would actually give him a supreme treasure like the 9 autumns wind guard. After putting away the 9 autumns wind guard, Master Demon's eyes flashed with surprise. This wind dominates the 9 autumns was extremely useful in his life or death situation. It was no different from having an extra life, but Zhuowen still gave him one. This caused an indescribable feeling to surge in Master Demon's heart. Don't look at me like that. I, Zhuowen, will naturally honor my words, Zhuowen said calmly. Taoist Demon nodded and cupped his hands at Zhuowen, saying, many thanks then. After that, the group didn't speak a word. After half a day, Demon Taoist brought Zhuowen to the Heavenly Peak Devil Palace. As soon as they arrived at the Heavenly Peak Devil Palace, Demon Taoist conferred Zhuowen the title of head disciple in front of the many disciples of the Heavenly Peak Devil Palace. His status was almost the same as Demon Shadow's. Naturally, Demon Shadow's position also fell on Zhuowen's head. Because of this matter caused quite a huge commotion within the Heavenly Peak Demon Palace. Many disciples faintly felt somewhat unconvinced. They also knew that Emo Ing had died in Yen City. However, they did not know the exact reason. But once Demon Shadow died, Master Demon Dao actually conferred a strange young man as his eldest disciple. His status was the same as Demon Shadow's, and this person seemed to have special privileges that Demon Shadow didn't have. In an instant, Zhuowen became the target of public criticism in the Celestial Peak Devil Palace. However, since Zhuowen went into seclusion as soon as he entered the Celestial Peak Devil Palace, those disciples who were unconvinced didn't have the chance to provoke Zhuowen. However, it was precisely because of this behavior that the disciples of the Heaven Peak Devil Palace maliciously guessed that Zhuowen was afraid of being challenged by other disciples and used the excuse of being in seclusion to avoid the battle. Zhuowen naturally didn't know about the malicious guesses of the disciples of the Celestial Peak Devil Palace. Even if he knew, he wouldn't pay too much attention to it. The number one genius of the Celestial Peak Devil Palace, Serene, was killed by him, and Master Demon was even more afraid of him. Why would he pay too much attention to the small fries of the Celestial Peak Devil Palace? After Wan Lingyu was brought back to the Celestial Peak Devil Palace, she was accepted as a direct disciple by Master Demon Dao. Under the guidance of Master Demon Dao, she also went into seclusion. The Celestial Peak Devil Palace was built on top of a mountain peak that was tens of thousands of feet tall. This mountain peak was surrounded by a strange black fog. This black fog rolled wantonly as if it could transform into tens of thousands of demons. At the top of the mountain peak, there was a majestic palace that stood tall. The sharp top of the palace revealed a sharpness and arrogance that couldn't be looked at directly. In a spacious hall of one of the palaces, a lonely figure was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat. This person was about 20 years old. His long hair draped over his shoulders and his chest was moving up and down rhythmically. His breathing was steady. Slowly opening his eyes, Zhuowen flicked his finger and took out a blue crystal. Within the blue crystal, there was a constantly wriggling worm. It was the 10,000 years black soul ice parasite larva that he took out from Wan Lingyu's body. Xiao He. This thing seems to be very impatient during this period of time. How should I deal with it? Zhuowen slightly knitted his brows. During this period of time, the 10,000 years black soul ice parasite larva constantly emitted shrill cries. It was like a pig that was being slaughtered, causing Zhuowen's heart to be in a mess. This 10,000 years black soul ice parasite larva was at the crucial moment of breaking out of its cocoon and transforming into a butterfly. Because of you, it's in great pain now. Without the nourishment of cold energy, it won't live for long. Xiao Hei's eyes flickered. It's going to die. Xiao He, didn't you say that once this 10,000 years black soul ice parasite larva breaks out of its cocoon and transforms into a black soul ice butterfly? And this black soul ice butterfly has great potential. If it's nurtured, it can become a demon emperor? Then is there any other way to help it successfully break out of its cocoon and transform into a butterfly? Zhuowen suddenly asked. He was very clear that this black soul ice butterfly had great potential. If there was a strong supply of cold energy, this black soul ice butterfly would continue to evolve and eventually transform into a demon emperor. That was an extremely terrifying existence. Zhuowen was very tempted by this point. It's very difficult. According to the ancient records, if this 10,000 years black soul ice parasite larva wants to break out of its cocoon and transform into a butterfly, it can only be done with the help of a girl with an extreme Yin body. This dragon lord has never heard of any other methods. Xiao He shook his head. The Holy Rune of Ice in the Holy Rune of Ice Fire Holy Rune is a place of extreme Yin and extreme cold. If we put this 10,000 years black soul ice parasite larva into the Holy Rune of Ice, do you think it's possible to nurture it? Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly. When Zhuo Wenkai obtained the 10,000 year black soul ice parasite larvae, he had already considered using the Holy Rune of Ice to nurture them. However, he had been in a crisis before, so Zhuo Wenkai did not implement it. Now that everything had been settled, Zhuowen naturally began to consider this 10,000 years black soul ice parasite larva. What you said makes sense, but this method has never been tried before, Xiao He said with some hesitation. Then let's give it a try. As Zhuowen spoke, the Holy Rune of Ice on the back of his left hand suddenly shone brightly. Then, waves of cold energy gushed out and wrapped around the 10,000 years black soul ice parasite in his hand. Sure enough, when the cold energy wrapped around the 10,000 years black soul ice parasite larva, the latter actually stopped roaring. Its fleshy body, which had been constantly struggling, also quieted down. It's effective. Seeing this scene, Zhuowen beamed with joy. It's really effective? Boy, you can put this 10,000 years black soul ice parasite larva into the holy rune of ice. When the larva has completely broken out of its cocoon, you can release it. During this period, the cold energy in the holy rune of ice will continue to nurture the larva. Xiao He continued. Zhuowen nodded. With a thought, the cold energy wrapped around the 10,000 years black soul ice parasite larva trembled and completely pulled it into the holy rune of ice. Originally, there was a small space inside the holy rune of ice and fire. However, this space could only contain ice and fire energy. Other objects could not be placed inside. The 10,000 years black soul ice parasite larva was wrapped in cold energy and was an ice attribute species. Naturally, it could enter the holy rune of ice. Zhuowen knew that it would take a long time for the 10,000 years black soul ice parasite larva to truly break out of its cocoon and become a butterfly. Therefore, he had to wait patiently. After dealing with the 10,000 years black soul ice parasite larva, Zhuowen took out a black jade slip from his bosom. This jade slip was surrounded by wisps of black mist, which looked exceptionally strange. This jade slip was given to him by the demon Taoist. It recorded the demon Taoist's secret method of entering the Tao with the demon Taoist, as well as some of his cultivation experiences and insights. Boy! If you can completely grasp the method of entering the Tao with the demon Taoist, then you can unlock a part of the power of the demon eye of the Buddha demon eye. Xiao He advised. Will the demon eye of the Buddha demon eye be of help to my cultivation of entering the Tao with the demon Taoist? Zhuowen suddenly asked. Of course. The Buddha demon eye was transformed from a true Buddha and true demon. After being refined by the fighting Buddha demon sage for countless years, it is extremely beneficial to the Buddha demon cultivation method. Xiao He nodded. Hearing this, Zhuowen's right hand touched between his eyebrows. Suddenly, a wisp of golden black light swept out from between his eyebrows and turned into an eye that alternated between golden black light. Demon eye! Zhuowen lightly shouted. The golden black light of the Buddha demon eye slowly dissipated and was replaced by a wisp of extremely deep darkness. It turned into a demonic eye. A demonic aura spread out from the demonic eye and spread throughout Zhuowen's body, causing Zhuowen's entire body to be filled with a monstrous demonic aura, as if he was an unpardonable great demon. Zhuowen silently felt the demonic aura coming from the demonic eye and comprehended the demon Tao contained within. Then, he opened the black jade slip in front of him and read the content. Since the beginning of time, the demon Tao has been established. Entering the Tao with the demon Taoist is free and unfettered. Among all things, I am the only one. If I want to cover the sky will be dark. Mysterious contents flashed through Zhuowen's mind from the jade slip. These contents were the experiences and methods of the demon Taoist when he first entered the Tao with the demon Taoist. Moreover, the contents were extremely domineering. The demon Tao was the Tao of the self. It was the Tao of the self that would rather betray the world than betray oneself. In the heart of a true demon, everyone was nothing. Only the self was the only Tao. The true demon Tao only had the obsession to become stronger. In order to pursue the Tao, one could abandon all obsessions. Feeling the demon Tao's truth, Zhuowen frowned slightly. It seemed that the demon Tao was the Tao of ruthlessness. Although Zhuowen was sometimes very cold and ruthless, it was impossible for him to reach the realm of ruthlessness. Kid, as long as you guard your heart, regardless of whether you become a demon or a Buddha, it is just a medium for great power. Xiao He suddenly reminded. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes were startled. Immediately, a clear look appeared on his face. Xiao He was right. Whether it was becoming a Buddha or a demon, it was just a way to obtain great power. As long as he guarded his heart, it would be fine. Thinking of this, Zhuowen slowly stood up. The demonic eye between his eyebrows became even more profound. Waves of demonic aura surged, almost wrapping Zhuowen's entire body. Chapter 940. The evil repellent 7 time ticked by and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Almost all the disciples of the Devil Palace had gathered in the Heavenly Devil Square of Heavenly Peak Devil Palace. It was bustling with activity. Tomorrow was the day they would head to the outer courtyard of the Jiaxin Academy. Today, the 5 people would gather in Yen City, and the Flame Emperor would lead them to the assessment location. As for the many disciples of the Heaven Peak Devil Palace, Demon Shadow, one of the 5, had died in Yen City 3 months ago. As for Zhuowen, he had just joined the Heaven Peak Devil Palace not long ago. Therefore, these disciples had come to persuade Master Demon to replace him. Swoosh! The Demon Dao slowly appeared in the Heavenly Devil Square. However, his gaze was fixed on a black palace not far away. This palace was specially arranged for Zhuowen. 2 months ago, he had recorded the secret method of entering the Dao using the Demon Dao on a jade slip and gave it to Zhuowen. After that, Zhuowen immediately went into seclusion in the palace. The threshold for entering the Dao using the Demon Dao was very high. Even though the secret method was created by the Demon Dao, he had spent nearly half a year to grasp the basic. Hence, the Demon Dao naturally didn't think that Zhuowen would be able to comprehend the secret method of entering the Dao using the Demon Dao in 2 months. Palace Master. A group of people walked out of the Heavenly Devil Square. There were a total of 7 people in this group, and all of them had powerful auras. The person in the lead had the most powerful aura. This person wore tight black clothes, had short black hair, and had a silver ring on his nose. His eyes were filled with evil. When the 7 of them walked out, a commotion broke out in the Heavenly Devil Square. Many disciples looked at the 7 of them with fear and dread in their eyes. Clearly, the 7 of them were quite famous and intimidating in the Heavenly Devil Palace. The Evil Repellent 7. I wonder why they are here? Don't you know? The leader of the Evil Repellent 7, Mo Ling, broke through to the Xuanzuan realm a month ago. This time, he is probably here to ask for Mo Ying's spot or even to replace Mo Ying. Mo Ling's strength is indeed not bad. Back then, he was only second to Mo Ying in the Heavenly Devil Palace. However, I heard that the spot has been given to the newcomer by the Palace Master. Can Mo Ling even come over? Discussions slowly rang out as everyone stared at the actions of the demonized 7 men without blinking. What is it? Master Demon asked coldly. Mo Ling and the others bowed respectfully, and Mo Ling said, Palace Master. A month ago, Mo Ling successfully entered the Xuanzuan realm. In terms of strength, he's actually not weaker than Mo Ying back then. Originally, I should have replaced Mo Ying's position, but the Palace Master gave all the glory and status of the eldest disciple to a new disciple, so Mo Ling was dissatisfied. Master Demon's lips curled up and he said, You really aren't convinced. Mo Ling froze for a moment before replying, Indeed. Our Heavenly Peak Devil Palace speaks with strength. We don't even know how strong that new disciple is. Rashly giving him the position of head disciple is already inappropriate. Therefore, Mo Ling hopes that the Palace Master can give me a fair chance to compete. If that person is stronger than me, then I have nothing to say. If he's weaker than me, then he doesn't have the qualifications to have that spot. Mo Ling's tone contained a sharp aura. Master Demon looked at Mo Ling with a strange gaze. He naturally knew how strong Zhuowen was. Moreover, Zhuowen's cultivation was at the initial stage of the Sovereign Realm, which was 1 realm higher than Mo Ling. Now, Mo Ling actually proposed to challenge Zhuowen. Wasn't that just courting death? Ling also saw the strange look in Master Demon's eyes and thought that Master Demon wanted to protect Zhuowen, so he said with some dissatisfaction, "Palace Master, it's not your character to be biased. Moreover, our Heavenly Peak Devil Palace has always followed the law of the jungle. Could it be that the Palace Master wants to be biased towards that newcomer?" Master Demon shook his head and said coldly, "Since you want to challenge him, I naturally won't stop you. Moreover, if you can defeat that person, then giving the spot to you is a matter of course. However, everything will have to wait until he comes out of seclusion." The corner of Ling's mouth slightly curled up as he nodded. He then stood aside with the 6 people behind him, silently waiting for Zhuowen to come out of seclusion. However, when the sun was high up in the sky, Zhuowen still hadn't come out of seclusion. Many disciples who were waiting in the Heavenly Devil Square began to feel a little restless. They all guessed that Zhuowen was afraid and didn't dare to come out. Ling crossed her arms, and the contempt in her eyes became even more intense. She was sure that Zhuowen might really be afraid. Master Demon's gaze was still indifferent, as if there was nothing in the world that could make him reveal other emotions. Boom! Suddenly, a pillar of blood soared into the sky from Zhuowen's palace. It was like a pillar that supported the heavens as it pierced through the sky. Monstrous demonic intent spread out from the palace, causing the entire Heavenly Peak Devil Palace to tremble. What a terrifying demonic intent! Could this demonic intent be released by the new disciple? Feeling the terrifying demonic intent, everyone in the Heavenly Devil Square was shocked. Some of the weaker disciples even felt their legs go soft, and they almost knelt on the ground. This demonic intent was too terrifying, causing them to feel a sense of submission in their hearts. Ling, who originally had disdain in his eyes, was also a little moved at this moment. He frowned his brows and there was a trace of dread in his eyes. It seemed like this new disciple wasn't simple. He was actually able to release such a terrifying demonic intent. No wonder the palace master gave the position of the head disciple to him. However, Ling's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Even if this person had a powerful demonic intent, he was still confident in his own strength. As long as he defeated this person, he would become the #1 genius of the Heavenly Peak Devil Palace's new generation. In the Heavenly Devil Square, the one who was the most shocked was the demon Taoist, who had an indifferent expression from the beginning. At this moment, the demon Taoist's body was trembling. His gaze froze as he stared blankly at the towering blood pillar. Others might only feel that the demonic intent in the blood pillar was very strong, but he could see something deeper. This demonic intent was indeed very strong, and it was released under the control of someone. Only a martial artist who had mastered the demonic intent could release such a terrifying demonic intent. The demon Taoist immediately thought of Zhuowen. Could it be that Zhuowen has grasped the initial step of entering the Tao with the devil in a short 2 months? This guy. The demon Taoist was really shocked. Zhuowen's talent was so high that it had exceeded his expectations. Back then, he had used half a year to master the demonic Tao technique. This was already considered a short time. However, he did not expect that Zhuowen would actually shorten his time record by 3 times. It only took him 2 months to grasp the initial stage of the secret technique of entering the Tao through the devil. Whoosh! A figure rushed out of the blood pillar and quickly arrived in the sky above the Heavenly Devil Square. Everyone raised their heads and saw a young man with blood-red hair and blood-red eyes. His entire body was exuding an extremely strong demonic aura. This young man's entire body was shrouded in a terrifying blood aura. His figure was faintly discernible and seemed extremely mysterious. This child has actually stepped into the demonic Tao of slaughter. Moreover, he has mastered the demonic Tao technique so quickly. Could it be that this child has experienced the demonic Tao before? Moreover, this experience is related to the demonic Tao of slaughter, so he stepped into the demonic Tao of slaughter? Looking at the figure whose entire body was surging with blood aura, the demon Taoist's eyes narrowed. He remembered that the demonic Tao recorded in his jade slip wasn't the demonic Tao of slaughter, but the demonic Tao of ice. There were thousands of Taos in the world. Although it was the demonic Tao was naturally subdivided into many types. The demonic Tao that the demon Taoist comprehended was the demonic Tao of ice. From beginning to end, he was immersed in calmness and indifference. This was the demonic Tao of slaughter that allowed him to obtain powerful strength and control. But because Zhuowen had used the power of the blood demon to enter the demonic Tao, and the blood demon cultivated the demonic Tao of slaughter, it was a terrifying demonic Tao that sacrificed blood to the heavens. Zhuowen had a unique understanding of the demonic Tao of slaughter. Although the jade slip that the demon Taoist gave him didn't contain any cultivation methods for the demonic Tao of slaughter, since they were both part of the demonic Tao, their cultivation methods would naturally lead to the same goal. From the jade slip that the demon Taoist gave him, Zhuowen naturally walked onto his own demonic Tao. Have you grasped the initial mastery of the demonic Tao technique? Zhuowen slowly descended beside the demon Taoist. The demon Taoist couldn't help but ask. I have indeed grasped the initial mastery. The power of the demonic Tao is truly terrifying. It can actually increase my strength by so much. Demon Taoist, how many realms does the demonic Tao technique have? Zhuowen suddenly asked. 5 realms, and each realm is more terrifying than the last. Currently, I have only grasped 2 realms of the demonic Tao. Your demonic Tao is different from my demonic Tao. Yours is the demonic Tao of slaughter. This also means that if you want to take the demonic Tao further in the future, you will have to kill. Killing is a virtue. Demon Taoist said in a dignified tone. Killing is a virtue? Zhuowen lightly muttered to himself. In the past 2 months, while he was cultivating the demonic Tao technique, he had also incorporated the power of the blood demon into his body and silently comprehended the intense demonic intent within the blood demon. Unexpectedly, in just 2 months, he had naturally grasped the demonic Tao of slaughter. Moreover, Zhuowen also discovered that because of the existence of the demonic eye, his cultivation of the demonic Tao technique was actually aided by the heavens. His cultivation speed was unimaginably fast. The demonic Tao was divided into 5 realms. Now Zhuowen had grasped the first realm. However, just the power of the first realm brought endless benefits to Zhuowen. His strength had multiplied, and with his sovereign realm cultivation, he didn't need to fear a golden venerable. Moreover, in the past 2 months, in addition to comprehending the demonic intent, Zhuowen's cultivation had also improved. He had reached the middle stage of the sovereign realm, which could be considered a small harvest. It seems that you are the eldest disciple that the palace master brought back. However, I have to tell you in advance that my heavenly peak demon palace adheres to the law of the jungle. The higher you want to stand, the more ability you have. Emo Ling stood up, stared at Zhuowen, and said loudly, We didn't see your ability, but you sat on the position of the head disciple. So, if you want to live up to your title as the head disciple, then accept my challenge. You want to challenge me? Zhuowen asked indifferently. Chapter 941. Demonic Tao of Massacre, Scared? Zhuowen shook his head and continued, When Emoing provoked me, I broke his limbs and crippled his cultivation. Now that you, Emo Ling, have come to provoke me, what will you do if you lose? Emo Ling was stunned and sneered. You're saying that Emoing was crippled by you? What a joke. Do you think you can intimidate me with just your words? I'm asking you, what will you do if you lose? Zhuowen stared coldly at Emo Ling with his scarlet eyes, causing the latter to shiver. What else can I do? Naturally, the position of first disciple and entrance examination will belong to you again, Emo Ling replied coldly. Zhuowen smirked and said, They belong to me anyway. How about this, if you lose, you'll pay with your life. After saying that, Zhuowen made his move. His right hand stomped on the air and pressed down. Suddenly, boundless blood chi gathered in the air and formed a huge bloody hand. It was like a mountain that crushed down on the demonic spirit below. Mo Ling was startled. He didn't expect that Zhuo Wen would attack him like that. He roared angrily and formed a seal with both hands. Waves of black dead spirits gushed out from his body, turning into thousands of feet tall dead spirit phantoms that rushed towards Blood Hand without any hesitation. "You're just a facade." Zhuo Wen's voice rang out again. Then, the bloody hand grabbed the huge dead spirit shadow and squeezed it. The dead spirit shadow didn't even let out a groan before it shattered into countless pieces. Boom! The bloody hand fell from the sky and covered Mo Ling. Then, the entire heavenly devil square trembled violently. The bloody hand slammed on the ground and formed a huge palm print. Mo Ying's figure disappeared completely. At this moment, the entire heavenly devil square fell into dead silence. Mo Ling was the second genius of Tianfeng Demon Palace, and had just advanced to the Xuanzuan realm a month ago. He was a rising star and genius of Tianfeng Demon Palace. However, such a genius was easily killed by a single palm strike. Looking at Zhuo Wen's appearance, it was as if killing this demon spirit was no different from killing an ant. There was not the slightest expression on his face. The blood chi around Zhuo Wen slowly dissipated. His blood-red hair and eyes also returned to normal. It was obvious that Zhuo Wen had left his demonic state. The demonic Tao of Massacre is very powerful. The increase in strength is even more terrifying than my demonic Tao of Ice. I really don't know how powerful you'll be when you reach the Emperor realm. Demon Taoist Editor. Modlaws 123. His demonic Tao of Massacre was actually already very powerful, but Zhuo Wen's demonic Tao of Massacre was much more tyrannical than his demonic Tao of Massacre. It was a demonic Tao of Massacre was massacre. Was the demonic Tao of Massacre? It was demonic Tao of Massacre. It was demonic Tao of Massacre was a demonic Tao of Massacre. Master Demon could even foresee that if this young man continued down this demonic path, he would eventually create a monstrous sea of blood. This was because this demonic path was destined to require one to step over mountains of corpses and seas of blood in order to reach perfection. However, Master Demon didn't expect that Zhuo Wen would have the Buddha demon eye. Therefore, it was impossible for Zhuo Wen to lose himself in the demonic slaughter Tao. The devil Tao was the master of slaughter, while the Buddha guarded the heart. Everything was about balance. With the control of the Buddha devil eye, Zhuo Wen would only fight according to his heart. He wouldn't be dominated by slaughter because of the devil Tao. Palace Master. This person is too audacious. He actually dared to kill a fellow disciple in the heavenly devil square. This person is unfilial and should be executed. The remaining 6 members of the demonized 7 recovered from their shock and revealed expressions of grief and indignation. Mo Ling was their big brother. Ever since the 7 of them had joined the Heavenly Peak Devil Palace, they had supported and helped each other. Their relationship was quite deep. Now, as the big brother of the demonized 7, Mo Ling had been slapped to death by Zhuo Wen. The remaining 6 naturally resented Zhuo Wen in their hearts. They wanted nothing more than for Zhuo Wen to be buried with Mo Ling. Zhuo Wen's gaze was as calm as water. He said to Master Demon, that Mo Ling clearly said that your Heavenly Peak Devil Palace follows the law of the jungle. I'm strong and he's weak, but he recklessly provoked me. Doesn't he deserve to die? Master Demon, what do you think? Zhuo Wen's words caused the 6 people to become even more furious. At the same time, their gazes landed on Master Demon. They knew that the only one who could uphold justice for their big brother was Master Demon. Zhuo Wen is right. Mo Ling deserved to die. What's the point of you pestering him endlessly? If you have the ability, you can seek revenge on Zhuo Wen. I won't stop you. Master Demon said coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, the 6 of them went silent. Asking the 6 of them to seek revenge from Zhuowen was no different than courting death. After all, Zhuowen's slap was enough to kill an expert of the Xuanzuan realm like Mo Ling. Even if the 6 of them joined forces, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the 5 heavenly sovereigns led by Xiang Tianzuan rushed out of the palace where Zhuowen was in seclusion. They surrounded Zhuowen respectfully. Master Demon, let's set off now. I'm afraid that the other 4 people from Yen City should also be heading to Yen City. Zhuowen said indifferently. Master Demon nodded and brought Zhuowen to the Heavenly Peak Devil Palace. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with hope. Finally, Zhuowen was going to enter the Excellent Divine Academy. According to Master Demon, the Excellent Divine Academy was recruiting disciples for the outer court. Aside from the outer court, the Excellent Divine Academy also had a mysterious inner court. Zhuowen didn't know whether Mu Chenxue would be in the outer court or the inner court. However, he was very clear about Mu Chenxue's talent. In addition, she had entered the Excellent Divine Academy a few years earlier than him. It was possible for her to enter the inner court. Zhuowen didn't care too much about this. He knew that as long as he entered the outer court, he would enter the inner court sooner or later. Although he didn't know the requirements to enter the inner court, he was still confident in his talent. I wonder how the cold poison in Mu Chenxue's body is doing? Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. There was a trace of worry in his voice. Although Xiao He said that the 7-colored phoenix fire could suppress the cold poison for 3 years, this was only Xiao He's estimate. The outbreak of the cold poison could be brought forward or delayed. Therefore, Zhuowen had to fuse the heavenly fire as soon as possible. Currently, Zhuowen had a total of 8 types of earth fire. Apart from the previous 7, the sun fire in the divine sun furnace wasn't any weaker than the earth fire. In fact, it was much stronger than the earth fire. Therefore, Zhuowen could use the fire fusion art to fuse the sun fire with the other 7 types of earth fire. Fusing 8 types of earth fire wasn't as difficult as imagined. However, 9 was an extreme number. Once the number of earth fire reached 9, the incompatibility would be magnified without limit. The flames would also mutate and deviate from the category of heavenly fire. Back then, Elder Xiuan had already tried it, but failed. This was also the point that Zhuowen was most worried about. Fortunately, Elder Xiuan had given Zhuowen a suggestion. That was to find a 1,000-fold fossil as a catalyst. Perhaps, he might be able to fuse the heavenly fire. Elder Xiuan had also mentioned that the lead to the 1,000-fold fossil was in the possession of the chief arcanist of the Divine Sun Academy, Mu Feng. In addition to the Holy Ice Fire Talisman, Zhuowen had to enter the Divine Sun Academy. Soon, Demon Taoist, Zhuowen, and the others arrived at Yen City. At this moment, Yen City was exceptionally lively. Moreover, all the cultivators in Yen City were rushing towards the Yen Huang Plaza in the center of Yen City. This was because the Flame Emperor was preparing to bring 5 monstrous geniuses to the outer court of the Divine Sun Academy to participate in the entrance exam. This exam was related to the honor of the Yenxian Empire. After all, there were many powers like the Yenxian Empire in the Eastern lands. Those powers would also send their top geniuses to participate in the entrance exam of the Divine Sun Academy. If the geniuses of the Yenxian Empire performed well in the exam, the reputation of the Yenxian Empire would naturally improve. This was an indelible benefit to the development of the empire. Let's go to the Yen Huang Plaza. The teleportation array to the outer court of the Divine Sun Academy is located in the Yen Huang Plaza. Demon Taoist said to Zhuowen. Zhuowen naturally had no objections. Soon, their group arrived at the Yen Huang Plaza. At this moment, the plaza was surrounded by a sea of people. Basically, all of them were cultivators who came to watch the show. In addition, Zhuowen discovered that there were 2 groups that had arrived in the plaza. Zhuowen was very familiar with one of the group. Zhuowen was also familiar with the people in the group. It was actually the group from the Clear Void Valley. The leader was Qing Shuzi, and Zui Qingfeng was silently following behind him. Qing Shuzi and Zui Qingfeng naturally also noticed Demon Taoist and Zhuowen's group. Their faces twitched. Back then, Zhuowen had caused their Clear Void Valley to suffer miserably. He even robbed their Clear Void Valley, causing them to suffer heavy losses. However, the two of them were a little surprised that Demon Taoist would actually bring Zhuowen along. Could it be that he was planning to give the Devil Shadow spot to Zhuowen? Zhuowen didn't pay any attention to Zui Qingfeng and Qing Shuzi's unfriendly expressions. Instead, his gaze was placed on the other group. This group was completely made up of women. Moreover, these women all had light veils covering their faces, making them look rather mysterious. At the front of the group was a woman with a graceful figure. Her posture was graceful, just like a water snake. Every movement of hers was filled with charm and seduction. When Zhuowen first saw her, he was stunned for a while before regaining his senses. That's Xian Xing from the Myriad Star Palace. She's a peerless beauty, and has the title of the #1 beauty in the Yan Xian Empire. Her strength can't be underestimated. She's even above Zui Qingfeng and Devil Shadow. She's a true monstrous genius. Demon Taoist introduced her to Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded his head. He naturally knew about the Myriad Star Palace. It was also one of the 5 great factions in Yen City. It was said that this faction was the most low-key and mysterious one among the 5 great factions. Moreover, the geniuses that they nurtured were all famous experts. The arrival of Demon Taoist with Zhuowen and 5 great heavenly sovereigns immediately attracted everyone's attention. When the crowd saw that the 6 people beside Zhuowen were all heavenly sovereign experts, they were all stunned. Soon after, an uproar broke out. 6 great heavenly sovereign experts. Such a terrifying lineup wasn't something that an ordinary faction could take out. Among the 5 great factions, only the imperial family had such a foundation. Chapter 942. The Flame Emperor and Mo Lingtian. They are from the Celestial Peak Devil Palace? I remember that the Celestial Peak Devil Palace only has one heavenly venerate expert, the Demon Taoist. How come there are suddenly 5 more heavenly venerates? Also, isn't the genius of the Celestial Peak Devil Palace Missouri Ing? Who is this person? A young girl beside Xian Xing asked doubtfully. Xian Xing's beautiful eyes flashed slightly, but her gaze was focused on the young man in the middle of the 6 heavenly venerates. She realized that whether it was the Demon Taoist or Ziyang Tianzuan's group of 5, they all seemed to be faintly centered around this young man. Xiao Yuan. Do you know a young man who has been rumored in Yen City recently? Xian Xing suddenly asked softly. The girl named Xiao Yuan exclaimed in surprise and nodded. Of course I have. It is said that a monstrous genius suddenly appeared in Yen City. Not only did he destroy the Xiaoyan family, even Zui Qingfeng and Mo Ying were no match for him. This monstrous genius is called Zhuowen. Speaking up to here, the girl seemed to have realized something. Her beautiful eyes stared fixedly at the young man and said, Senior sister. You mean that this young man surrounded by 6 heavenly venerates is the Zhuowen who has been the talk of Yen City recently? Xian Xing nodded and said, Definitely. At that time, Zui Qingfeng used the 9 autumn's wind to escape, and Mo Ying was unfortunately crippled by this Zhuowen. I believe that with this Zhuowen's character, he will not let go of Mo Ying's spot. So he is Zhuowen. But he is so young. He looks to be around 20 years old, a few years younger than Zui Qingfeng and Mo Lingtian. Moreover, he is quite handsome. Xiao Yuan's large eyes stared unblinkingly at Zhuowen as she giggled. Xian Xing shook her head and said, Xiao Yuan, don't keep staring at him. According to the rumors, this Zhuowen is a devil who kills without batting an eyelid. If he gets angry, he might not let you off. Little Yuan stuck out her tongue and giggled. I know. Speaking of which, senior sister, according to the rumors, This Zhuowen is said to be a monstrous genius comparable to Prince Mo Lingtian. Moreover, he is so young and not ugly. Senior sister, aren't you tempted? Xian Xing shook her head, her beautiful eyes were filled with indifference as she continued, what I pursue is the peak of the martial path. Hence, the strength of my other half has to far surpass me. Mo Lingtian from the royal clan doesn't have this qualification, and neither does this Zhuowen. Little Yuan pursed her lips and said, Senior sister? Mo Lingtian is the strongest genius in the Yanxian Empire. At your age, it's basically impossible for there to be someone whose strength surpasses yours, right? The eastern lands are vast and boundless. Even the number of geniuses in the outer courtyard of Jiashan Academy is uncountable. Among them, there are many who are stronger than me. Little Yuan, how do you know that at my age, there isn't anyone who is stronger than me? Xian Xing continued to speak in an indifferent tone. Even if I'm far better than you, there should be a standard, right? Senior sister, your words are too general. Little Yuan's eyes rolled as she spoke. Xian Xing was a little helpless. The eccentric junior sister beside her raised her head slightly, her beautiful eyes gazing into the distance as she softly said, Only those who possess the disposition of an emperor before the age of 25 are truly exceptional geniuses. Senior sister, your requirements are really harsh. Those who can advance to the heavenly venerate realm before the age of 25 are already geniuses amongst geniuses. It's even more difficult to advance from the heavenly venerate realm to the emperor realm. I'm afraid it's very difficult to reach the emperor realm before the age of 25, right? Little Yuan shook her head helplessly. Her senior sister had a cold and arrogant personality, but she was also devastatingly beautiful. Countless young geniuses in Yen City had pursued her, but it was a pity that they had all returned in defeat. This was because Xian Xing's requirements for her other half were too high and too harsh. Otherwise, how can he be called a genius? Xian Xing said indifferently. Zhuowen naturally didn't know anything about the conversation between Xian Xing and Little Yuan. Now, he was silently waiting for the Flame Emperor. In his heart, he was already yearning for Yujia Academy. At the same time, he was also a little nervous because entering Yujia Academy meant that he was one step closer to Muqinshui. Not long after, another team swept over. This team's style was also very distinct. They were all burly men with bulging muscles. Their bodies were sturdy like giant beasts. This is another superforce in Yen City, the Five Elements sect. The young man at the front is the Five Elements sect's genius, K. Tuesday. He's the son of the Five Elements sect's sect master. His talent is also very terrifying. Demon Daozi said to Zhuowen. K2 was extremely sturdy. He was over 3 meters tall and felt like a crane among a flock of chickens. The Five Elements sect's sect master was half a head shorter than K. Tuesday, only the imperial family is left. Zhuowen murmured. His heart was filled with hope. Not long after, 2 figures flew out from the palace at the center of Yen City. One of them was a mighty middle-aged man dressed in a fiery red robe. Every movement of this middle-aged man faintly revealed a trace of the luxurious aura of an emperor. Flame Emperor? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and stared at the middle-aged man. This wasn't the first time he had seen an Emperor Realm warrior. Naturally, he was very familiar with the Flame Emperor's aura. It was the unique aura of an Emperor Realm warrior. The young man beside the Flame Emperor was about 23 years old. He wore a blue brocade robe and had a warm smile on his face. The aura on his body was extremely powerful. However, what surprised Zhuowen was that this young man's skin was snow-white and delicate. His face was as delicate as porcelain, giving Zhuowen an illusion of beauty. At this moment, Zhuowen realized that the words that should have been used on women were more suitable for the young man in front of him. This was because the young man was even more beautiful and enchanting than a woman. This kind of temperament should not appear on a man at all. This devilishly beautiful man was the imperial family's genius, Mo Lingtian. It was said that his cultivation had reached the sovereign realm and his strength was extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for Zhuowen's sharp senses that Mo Lingtian had an Adam's apple protruding from his neck, he would have suspected that Mo Lingtian was a woman in disguise. Perhaps because he noticed Zhuowen's strange gaze, Mo Lingtian tilted his head slightly. His beautiful eyes met with Zhuowen's and the corners of his mouth curled up. He revealed a smile that could captivate all living things, causing Zhuowen to be absent-minded for a moment. Instantly regaining his senses, Zhuowen stared at Mo Lingtian with some fear. It seemed that this Mo Lingtian wasn't ordinary. There was actually a trace of enchanting effect in his smile. At the same time, Zhuowen couldn't help but imagine that if this Mo Lingtian appeared on Earth, he would probably become the idol of countless people. This was because this fellow was the type that attracted both men and women. 6 great heavenly sovereigns? How interesting! Mo Lingtian naturally retracted his gaze and muttered in a low voice. Lingtian. That young man is called Zhuowen. He's not a simple character. The Flame Emperor, who was beside Mo Lingtian, also noticed Zhuowen not far away and said meaningfully. Mo Lingtian was startled and immediately said, "So it's that Zhuowen." Recently, there have been many rumors about this Zhuowen in Yen City. However, Father, you actually said that he's not simple. Could it be that this Zhuowen has an extraordinary background? Father will tell you later. However, the time isn't right yet. The Flame Emperor shook his head and left Mo Lingtian in suspense. The latter was a little surprised and couldn't help but pay more attention to Zhuowen. Mo Lingtian's frequent glances made Zhuowen feel a chill in his heart. He secretly complained that he didn't have that kind of fetish, and Zhuowen's reaction made Mo Lingtian feel puzzled. Why is this Zhuowen constantly avoiding my gaze like a woman? Your Majesty the Flame Emperor. When the Flame Emperor and Mo Lingtian arrived in the sky above the square, countless warriors in the surroundings bowed respectfully. Their eyes were filled with reverence. They naturally had to show respect to the true masters of the Yen Empire. The Flame Emperor nodded his head and immediately looked at the teams of the other 4 forces that had arrived in the square below. He said, "Today is the day of departure for the assessment of the Jiaxin Academy. I believe that the other 4 participating geniuses are all excited, right?" When the Flame Emperor said this, Zui Qingfeng and K2 clenched their fists in excitement. Even Xian Xing was a little nervous. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with hope. However, before we depart, I heard that the demon shadow of the Heaven Peak Demon Palace was crippled by someone 3 months ago. Who do you intend to replace the demon shadow? The Flame Emperor glanced at Zhuowen and asked the Demon Dao. Demon Dao lowered his head and said respectfully, "I have already chosen the candidate. The one beside me is called Zhuowen. He has just joined the Heaven Peak Devil Palace and his strength is outstanding. Therefore, he is the best candidate to replace the demon shadow." So you are called Zhuowen. However, this emperor had once heard of a young man called Zhuowen. Unfortunately, that young man wasn't a member of my Yenxian Empire, but in existence in the top 5 of the Azure Emperor rankings of the Azure Xian Empire. Moreover, that Zhuowen of the Azure Xian Empire was extraordinary. It was said that he killed the genius of the Azure Xian Empire's imperial family, Huangfu Wudao. When the Flame Emperor said this, countless people's gazes gathered on Zhuowen. They knew that the Flame Emperor's words were not without reason. In other words, it was very likely that this person was from the Qing Xian Empire. However, what surprised them was that Zhuowen had actually killed the crown prince of the Qing Xian Empire, Huangfu Wudao. He was really daring. Wasn't he afraid that the Qing Emperor would blame him? Zhuowen's pupils shrank. It seemed that the Flame Emperor knew him well. He said indifferently, "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" The smile on the Flame Emperor's face was still warm as he continued, "This Zhuowen is really audacious. Killing the crown prince was just a small prelude. This person even dared to face the Qing emperor directly. Moreover, he killed 5 heavenly masters of the imperial family in a demonic state. Among them were peak heavenly masters, but they all died at the hands of Zhuowen. Wow! Finally, everyone in the square was in an uproar. Zhuowen had actually killed 5 heavenly masters. According to the Flame Emperor, Zhuowen was only a genius of the younger generation. He was only in his 20s, but he was able to kill 5 heavenly masters. What a magnificent feat! Xian Xing was also shocked. Killing heavenly masters was an extremely inconceivable thing to her. Therefore, her gaze stopped for the first time on the young man who was surrounded by 6 heavenly masters. Could the Zhuowen that the Flame Emperor was talking about be this young man? Or did they just have the same name? Mo Lingtian was also interested. He knew that his father had previously emphasized that Zhuowen was not simple. Now that the Flame Emperor had mentioned Zhuowen of the Qing Xian Empire, he couldn't help but connect the two together. It is said that Zhuowen forced the Qing Emperor to use his full strength in a demonic state. The two of them fought fiercely. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.